Twitch streamer, you can enable Twitch interaction that allows viewers to interact with the game. In-game Twitch options for more details.
D&D character concept. Woman makes deal with demon to have its child in exchange for eternal life or something. Woman then makes deal with witch and offers her firstborn for, like, riches or something. Woman dumps demon baby on witch, absconds with her winnings, and leaves witch and demon fighting for custody. Half demon baby grows up learning magic and visiting hell on weekends and every second Christmas. Does the woman act like a sort of vodka aunt who shows up sometimes to teach the child how to work the system? Hey, here you go, Timmy, have a new Xbox. This year I'm gonna teach you the ins and outs of magical tax evasion. D&D character.
It's time to be a gamer. I am a gamer. I am a gamer. I am a gamer.
You know who does that? Mr. Beast. He's the guy that has the biggest YouTube channel. It's like a game show. Well, he's got this philanthropy arm of his business. He's given 1,459,098 pounds of food, and he does this all just out of philanthropy. He's just a good guy. He makes a shit ton of money.
Alright. Mere minutes away from the blood moon. Nobody's gonna be joining me today. So let's get it going. See if there's anything I need to bring on in there. Guess the next step would be to upgrade this all to steel. Maybe, nah, I probably won't do the upstairs floor, but you know, it's a potential option. Probably should just do bars, shouldn't I? Mainly just for the birds. Keep that open. I didn't even realize this. What does this even got on here? I'll take that. And that. Out of ammo already? Dang. Put it in him. Better just saw some. This one feels a lot calmer. Very weird. Getting smart. bad. It's running a lot smoother, I'll say that. Some riveting commentary here. Let's go, baby. Thompson. Oh, they haven't broken anything. That's just the acid. Why do I keep getting moved? Sorry. You be gone. Why not being pushed forward like that? Oh lordy. That's a lot of acid. Oh, one of them explode. Nice. They really damage it all the way up here? Impressive. That's all of them. Alright, time for the fun part. Looting! Ooh, baby! Having a parade without me? What you doing over here? I don't know what party you going to. That's not nice. Not inviting me. Fuck you guys. Really? You consider it you? Whatever. Wait a second. Can't make glass jars anymore. I'm only that little. It's just, I don't know, some of them are doing better. Really? Oh, I'll loot them later. Still got one more slot. Alrighty, dump time. Temporary ladder until the next fortnight. We're literally just gonna leave that there. After that. I don't know why I did that. Take her all. Take her all. And quick stack. Not quick stacked, almost nothing. Let's go. There's a recipe for this for real? Vehicle superchargers per minute? So, what ready? I gotta do that right now. Let's scrap that. I saw you, motherfucker. You think I didn't see you? Fuck you. Oh yeah, metal spike time. There's gotta be a way I can unlock these, right? I'll look it up real quick.
Deeps for 7 days today. Craft padded armor from duct tape and cloth for cheap early game protection. Range cars for easy money from selling engines, batteries, and other details. Build a frame pillar to easily access roofs, or use them to block entrance from enemies. By the way, you can also repair them. Buy and equip Cigar from Trader for additional strength and bartering bonus. Trader Jen sells it quite often. Make robotic turret ammo from iron to sell it for additional dukes. Build a bunker base with one entrance breach to easily control incoming Horde Knights. Then add electric fences to turn this game into shooting range. Use robotic drone as mobile storage source during your travels. Drink Grandpa's learning elixir and make stacks once you learn how to do them. This will give you insane amount of experience and you can unpack them and repeat the process. Bonus tip: visit my channel for more guides.
I don't really want to do that. I just want to kind of like unlock it. I want to use it. You did my work. Damn, boy. The face is just very. I believe I almost. I thought it was 29th day. I don't know where my math went there. 8 days to die and 7 days. Oh, fuck. Probably the best bet is turning dupe tokens into. Yeah, probably just turn them into brass. Flesh down. Here, corn, potato. Honestly, shit, I could make that now. I probably need to. That's such a weird thing to say. I probably need to go farm some rotting flesh. What the fuck? For the duct tape. There's no way to move the vehicles, but I could just dig them out. Or I could destroy them. Maybe. Nobody's really confirmed that. Oh, you can destroy them. Also, is it just me, or are bikes supposed to explode? Well, on that note, I'm gonna repair that. Been nervous as fuck. I'll leave him here for now. I'm sure they'll get on eventually. They're kind of quiet for the past 3 days. I don't really know what happened to him. Oh, are you glowing, buddy? You're sparrow. Get him, bud. Oh, I thought you were crouching. I was like, love an infinite screamer chains. Shit fucked me up, bro. We haven't been out of the pines. Ah, there's the. That's our old base right there. Probably need to pay it a visit again. Wouldn't hurt. It's right next to the desert too. Probably be actually a good tent base spot. Oh, looks like I'm freezing to death. Time to smoke some more of this. I know metal's already in the thing. Pop some more stone in there. Probably gonna, I think lead's in there as well. I'll take a stab. Let's see. Oh, put 2 stacks in there now. I'll be right back. Sure. Ooh, I'm gonna move these and then I'll put that. don't know if the rain actually gives me more than that, but that's not bad. So I put myself in the hole kind of time. And then exposing. Oh, I keep realizing something I need to do. Oh, look. Okay, well, stop right now. That needs fire. Needs the fire. What's this oil shell burn for? Go back over there and get some corn. Let the game run so people can see me. Go. Golly. very long. But... I didn't have the game paused, did I? Well. See if we got some videos to listen to.
This is someone I've talked about in great depth, and honestly, I didn't think I would ever be talking about them ever again, but here we are. A couple of weeks ago, I talked about a TikTok prankster Mizzy who did hilarious things like stealing people's dogs.
You want a nice dog?
She's lovely, yes.
And also walking into people's houses, which is just laugh out loud hilarious. Now, Mizzy got a lot of flack for that, and he actually appeared on TV to present his case. Most of it was just complete waffle. He got shut down, and then he actually got so tilted that he just walked off like mid-show.
I'm still talking. Interrupt me again. Please, Morgan, why'd you keep interrupting?
Now, originally, I thought that was pretty much it. He got blasted on a show, he promoted his Twitch, he did some other garbage stuff. Not really much else this story can go. But Mizzy is back, and he's somehow even worse, with a video being posted of him a couple days ago, going into a corner shop in the UK and just trashing the place with his mates. Why? Because that's hilarious. Why aren't you laughing? I really like how him and his mates trash that shop, but then because they leave like a fat wad of cash, it's apparently okay. It's the equivalent of going up to a homeless person, eating the food in front of them, and then giving them $100 bill. It's like you've embarrassed them, you've shamed them, but because they're a little bit better off financially, it's okay. It's such bizarre logic, and I even feel bad doing a video on this because the kind of content that Mizzy makes, it's on purpose. It's to bait you. Now, from what I gather at the minute, Mizzy seems to think of himself as like the next Show Speed. He's already got himself set up on Twitch, and then he's been doing these really bizarre collabs. Like, for example, the time you probably remember when Show Speed met with Ronaldo, and he had a complete mental breakdown. Because that was Show Speed's entire bit. It's like, Ronaldo! Where's Ronaldo? And then when he met him, it was kind of wholesome. Like, bro, I never watched Speed ever, but like seeing that meet up and seeing him like basically break down, obviously playing it up a little bit for the camera, it's great. It's wholesome content. But then juxtaposed with that, you've got this video of Mizzy meeting Little Man, who's like another content creator.
What? Swear you're that easy from TikTok.
I'm the TikTok terror, brother.
Oh, what TikTok player? Which part?
Well, TikTok terror, every part, bro.
Nah, boss.
Well,
I
how
want
would
to talk my
yard codes?
Give it to me, so high on.
Yeah, you're cool, man. Fuck you, bro.
Why did chat?
What chat?
Why
Oh,
did chat?
what about you? I think you haven't did that.
You might act on social media in a terror life, yeah? In a real life, I'll boss your head.
Well, you won't do shit,
I'll
bro.
boss your head.
You won't do shit,
Know
bro.
yourself, innit?
You won't do shit.
Hey, listen, sign a contract, you little bitch.
That's it.
Get the fuck out of here.
Now, one thing I want to mention as well, Mizzy has a little group of people that he like regularly does content with. One of them is a guy called Skids. Now, I have seen a couple of TikToks from this guy, and essentially what it does is he has this motto like pain is an illusion. You know, basically saying that pain isn't real, it's all in the head. So what does he do to prove that? He goes around punching brick walls until he bleeds and bruises his knuckles, acting like it doesn't even hurt him.
Hello world, I want to show you something. Yeah? This is a brick wall. Pain is an illusion. I'm gonna punch this wall. Yeah? You don't need to understand. Not understand, you need to understand. Everything we're being taught is a lie. Learn from within. This is what I'm capable of. Are you ready? Pain is an illusion. Open your mind.
I mean, what I assume actually happens once the camera stops rolling, he bursts into tears. I mean, I would, to be fair. I was doing a little bit bit of research on Liquorman, the guy that Missy met up with, and honestly, some of it's really interesting. He spent like 10 years in a Panama jail. He used to be a huge drug dealer. The guy actually went to prison when he was 13, and I don't think he got out until like 2019. Honestly, I'd rather make a video on Liquorman. It sounds way more interesting than Missy just going into corner shops and being like, pain is an illusion, you know, just knocking shit on the floor. Now, Twitter being this beautiful cesspit that despises absolutely everyone, no matter what culture, race, background, income, you're hated no matter what. And obviously people saw this video of him trashing a corner shop, and people were quote tweeting it, acting like, you know, semi-sarcastically being hype men, like acting like they were so impressed that he was trashing the place.
We outside. Bro's a legend, bro. Fuck that shop owner. I don't give a fuck about him. Fuck him. He's trying to feed his kids. Man, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to make this TikTok. I feel it, Missy. I feel that shit, bro. Keep doing that shit. The shopping is a fucking illusion. This guy's trouble. He's bad.
I like how he's trying to be a hype man and he's being like semi-sarcastic about it, but this would be like Aiden's Ross chat normally, unironically. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, you know the whole thing that got Mizzy on the radar of everyone in the first place when he was like, you know, sneaking into people's houses? He's still doing that as well. Recently, he snuck into an Arsenal game without paying. Now, I am going to be honest, him sneaking into an Arsenal game is not even on the same level as sneaking into someone's house that left their door ajar. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, poor Arsenal that made millions of dollars every minute. Oh, how could this guy sneak in? He's profiting off them. Like, honestly, I don't really give a shit about that, but it really just goes to show out a principle that he hasn't really learned, and he's still doing the same stuff. I mean, okay, he's not going into houses anymore where, like, there are kids down the stairs, but still, it just goes to show that the behavior, it just really hasn't changed. He's also done what literally every single fucking influencer under the sun will ever do with that small amount of clout they get. He did a music video, and at the minute, the music video is sitting on just under 10,000 dislikes, so yeah. Great job. I like how the top comment on the video is, we making it to the back of McDonald's with with this one. Now, one thing I've understood about Mizzy is he's trying to spread a message. When he went on Piers Morgan's show, he was trying to, like, spread a message about everyone's in the Matrix, they need to wake up. Basically just parroting Andrew Tate, but trying to put his own little spin on it, like it's his own bit. So he posted this tweet saying, the We Outside movement is a civil rights movement. We outside, being outside with your inner self. Established to remember, you are only human if you believe you are human. Your consciousness is scientifically not understood. Remember, everything is energy. We are the universe is us. Remember the social divide of the world. 1% of the population is in control of the other 99%. We are so distracted, manipulated by illusions, diversions, and social media. These are all things that control the main vibration, vibe of the population. Our movements stand against all human hate crime, any discrimination against any race, gender, or any sort of thing people classify as normal in their reality. Because who knows what reality truly is? Reality is what you make it, and life is for living, not being in fear of dying and living for someone else. If you believe in yourself, which is believing in God, in the universe, you can do anything, Mizzy. Now, I won't lie, if I saw that on my timeline, I would read half of it and think, alright, he's kind of spitting facts. But then there's the whole fact by spreading this message of, you know, waking up from the Matrix and, okay, basically what he's trying to do is YOLO. I don't know if you heard the term YOLO since like 2010. You only live once. That's basically the message he's trying to do. He's just going a very long-winded way around it. But at the same time, if you want to spread that message of, like, you know, taking risks and stuff, bro, go skydiving. Run down the streets of Spain being chased by a bull. I don't understand why you spreading this message of only living once and, like, breaking free out of the Matrix is by being a dick to other people. Yeah, I'm just gonna go inside this corner shop and trash the place, but I got money, though. I got stacks. It's fine. It's fine. Escape the Matrix. This guy working the corner shop here that has to deal with, like, just complete degenerates and drugs all day. You know what? He's in the Matrix. I'm gonna get him out of the Matrix by trashing his store. Jesus fucking Christ. I also found some other tweets of Mizzy, and at this point, I think he is just straight up baiting. He's probably just waiting for the police to arrest him again. He's basically doing these vlogs now, saying that he is a Renaissance philosopher, which is basically what anyone would say who's like a top ELO rank in League of Legends.
So I found out that I am a Renaissance philosopher, I'm a humanist, and I'm also an ominous. I believe in all religions. We are sad.
He also tweeted saying, I'm not a prankster. I'm a philosopher. So true. So true. So true. Let's give him a round of applause. That's so true. But yeah, it's crazy how there was almost like kind of a soft manhunt for him. I remember Sky News were putting out like a little TikTok or report or whatever, being like there was a warrant out for his arrest. He did turn himself in, to be fair, and because of that, he got a very reduced sentence. I think it was just a fine of like 200 quid or something. And then also he couldn't go to certain areas of London. I think it was like I think it was the Westfield in Stratford for a little bit. But like, obviously, he's not changing. There is no course of change here. I mean, I'm happy he's not stealing dogs anymore. I'm happy that he's not, going into people's homes like the kids at home and like the dad's worried about the kids. But like, I mean, like trash in a corner shop, it's kind of hell, bro. Kind of hell.
Oh, fuck.
Gather around the campfire, everyone, because I have yet another installment of YouTube messing up their own platform. So apparently, at the minute, Google, which owns YouTube, has made quite a catastrophic oopsie. So recently, there was an
Damn, you
article
fast,
made on
boy.
YouTube saying that up to 80% of every single ad that you see on the platform actually shouldn't really be there, and it completely breaks terms of service. Now, I'm sure that we've seen some very dodgy adverts. You know the ones. It looks like some mobile game, and the gameplay is just completely impossible because you need like a military PC or a PlayStation 5 to even simulate such graphics. You install the game, and then it's just basically cookie clicker. Now, what's important to know is Google actually manages all of the ad inventory for YouTube. For example, me being a YouTuber, I don't actually get paid from YouTube. As a YouTuber, you have to make a Google AdSense account, and then Google, through that account, pays you. Google also allows people to place advertisements on third-party websites that they're affiliated with. Now, apparently, Google has an ad system that is called TrueView, which is like the most Truman Show level concept I've heard in my life. And the way that it works is, for example, even on YouTube, these ads that Google uses for their inventory, they have to hit a certain requirement. For example, you'd be very surprised to hear that advertisements that get put on YouTube, they can't say racial slurs. I know, that's crazy, right? Next you'll be telling me they can't show like mass death or tragedies. Now there are hundreds of ads you see day to day. I think it's estimated like the average person sees like 200 ads a day or something. It's probably way more than that. Now for the most part, YouTube seems to be fairly safe. You'll get advertisements for like Disney Plus, Samsung, Amazon, Audible books that no one's ever going to install. Sorry, I'm not. You can advertise to me Audible the 58th time today. I'm still not going to install it. Now, TrueView is basically Google's proprietary cost-per-view format. If you don't know what that means, don't worry, I didn't either. It basically means how much the advertiser is going to pay for the amount of views that they want their ad to be seen. Basically, it's an advertiser paying for views, not impressions. Now, as we all know, thank God, YouTube, please never remove this because it's going to die like Twitch. After 5 seconds, with lots of ads, you can skip them. Again, you can't do that on Twitch. That's why I fucking gave up on Twitch. You know what? Even though I don't use Twitch that much anymore after being shadow banned, I do occasionally go on the site. I'll see a Hassan stream or a Forsen stream and be like, I click on that, and then it'll be like 3 ads that play back to back, 30 seconds. I'm good, bro. I'm good. But basically, with this TrueView format, if you don't skip the ad, which like, if you're not skipping the ad after 5 seconds, what the fuck are you doing? Basically, after 30 seconds of playing an ad that could be skipped after 5, it counts as an increment or a view for the advertiser. Also, a view is counted at any point you actually click on the advertisement. I'm sure you did that on accident, don't worry. We've all done it 3 in the morning on our phone, accidentally clicking on the ad, and then like closing 5 tabs afterwards. There's also a lot of other advertisement types as well. For example, you've got in-feed ads, which are the ones that you see on the sidebar, and they look like complete scams that you would never click on in your life. You've got the bumper ads as well, those really annoying ones that last about 6 seconds and they're completely unskippable. And then YouTube kind of realized, hey, you know what, these are actually so annoying, let's play 2 of them back to back. And then you've got audio ads as well for the 2 people that unironically use YouTube Music. So I had to give you that really boring backstory because now you know what TrueView ads are, and they can also be played on external websites. Now, here's a list of some of the things that qualify as a TrueView ad. If none of these qualifications are met, that it's not allowed to be a true view ad. The viewer must be able to skip the video after 5 seconds. The ad cannot be automatically muted. The ad is not allowed to play without an initial viewer initiation, such as scrolling down a couple of pages. The ads cannot loop. They cannot be in a small video player off to the side. Despite all of that, there are multiple examples of YouTube ads basically just breaking this. Like, for example, this ad here of American Express. It's playing in the fucking corner. They literally said that that is not allowed. You know, for example, if you're playing like Elden Ring or something and you open up the wiki to find some kind of item or quest you're missing, and then fucking you get these ads that just autoplay that are completely annoying. That, or you get some guy's live stream that comes up at the top of the wiki page that no one fucking asked for. We're not watching it, buddy. Stop view botting. We've got another example here of a JP Morgan and Chase True View ad. Multiple Kayak YouTube True News video ads. There are 2 different ads playing at the same time. Also, the way it works with True View ads is apparently every $100 counts for 1,000 views. So once 1,000 people have watched an ad, watched it, or clicked on it on accident, then that's it. That's money spent. Oh. Troy. 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 Nay. Nay. Troy. Stop being rat. Wanna go out? Yeah, the ghost. Ghost of a missing hot dog. But then the company Adalytics found out that 80% of the time these ads were just playing automatically, and they were muted, and they also couldn't be skipped. You know, like the most annoying ad you get in the entire world when you're on like any kind of web page and it automatically plays even though you just do not give a shit. And then like you know to close it, you've got the X and it's like right in the corner, and then you perfectly on your phone. I'm speaking from personal experience here. Perfectly at 2 in the morning, you get like the pixel precision to press the X, and then it just opens the fucking ad anyway. That's exactly what these ads are, and they're not allowed. Now, I do have to mention, by the way, one of the companies that actually came out about this, you know, all these ads being in the wrong place was Wall Street Journal. I do not need to go into detail how much the Wall Street Journal has been fucking rent-free about YouTube for years. Wall Street Journal and all the writers there, they despise YouTube. They hate it. I remember when Wall Street Journal basically became like TMZ for a month, just like tracking down PewDiePie and everything he was doing. Now, apparently, apart from that, some of these ads, they're quite bad. Bad as in, like, they should not even be an advertisement in the first place. For example, there were ads that were just straight up spreading misinformation, that host pirated content, other low-quality websites that contradict Google's pledge. That ads will only appear on high-quality, carefully screened sites. And the problem is, because of Google's big oopsie, a lot of advertisers now are getting scared again and thinking of pulling out. Again, Apocalypse 2.0. Oh, I've missed that word. I've missed that buzzword. Ever since PewDiePie said a word on the bridge and we got that fucking yellow dollar sign. What a fucking asshole. I've missed the word apocalypse, believe me. Now, surprisingly, Google, YouTube's own app, actually has fired back. And they basically called cap on everything, saying the methods that they used to collect data were insincere, ingenuine, and overall just bullshit. They claim that these external sites are on a separate network used to help advertisers reach additional audiences and increase ad campaign reach by 20%. They also mentioned as well how advertisers can actually personally opt out of appearing on like third-party sites. Like, for example, you know, if you put an ad on YouTube, you might not want it appearing on Reddit as well. I love Reddit. I no longer will I put my ad for my dating app on YouTube. I'll do it on Reddit. Now, the problem is, though, if these claims end up actually being true, then Google could end up losing a ton of money. And apparently all of this data they've been collecting goes all the way back to 2020. And you know what the scariest thing about that is? I don't care about Google. They've got billions. It's us. We're gonna get fucked. YouTubers are gonna get fucked again. Wait, bro, we literally have had it so good recently. I knew there'd be a bad look run coming. Like, for example, it was 10 minutes to put mid-rolls into a video, then it got reduced to 8. And then swearing, you can kind of swear after, like, I think 8 to 12 seconds in the video. We've been having it very good. So, it looks like the end times are coming. Yet again, that's what I love about YouTube. I really do. You have months of just bliss and peace and harmony, and then you just get shit on by the algorithm anyway.
Why is it so damn tall? Dang.
The rise of fake gurus. I've only watched this. Is it? Oops.
Isn't this Eye Patch Wolf? No. The dark truth behind making millions from online courses. I mean, pretty much everyone knows that online courses are a scam. But I'm interested.
I'm telling you that sign up to my free training. Free training that I'm giving you an invitation to. Sign up to your training and join our completely free training. We're registered to attend our free.
Whenever you hear that, just know that it's a scam. Like, I feel like everyone knows that.
And there's just so many of them. It's like a copy and paste. What you might not realize is that first it seems a bit harmless, but some of these people are earning millions.
Oh, what?
And then when you really look into it, you realize a lot of these people have a cult-like following.
You're telling me Sam, what was his name? Sam Ovens? Well, I wasn't even close. Sam Ovens has a cult following? I don't believe that for even a fucking second. How to become a consultant. This fucking guy even paid for the Google Premium thing where you get like ad on top of everything. So real quick, I'll give another pro tip if anyone's prone to getting scammed. Whenever you see this, like if you see ad up here, never click on this. You can just pay for this, and a lot of times what'll happen is a scam company will pay for this to try and bait people into signing up to a fake service. That happens all the time, especially with RuneScape. So if you try and download something like RuneScape, the first 3 of these are going to have ad here, and all 3 of them are viruses. So, pretty counterintuitive already, Sam. This is so wild. It is so hard to figure out what this guy does, like what his actual business is. His flagship consulting accelerator training has produced 25 millionaires, nearly 500 six-figure earners, and allowed over 3,000 people to quit their jobs and work full-time as consultants. That doesn't really fucking tell me anything. This is wild. Jesus Christ, and you're telling me Sam Ovens has a cult following? I don't believe this for even a second. He had to have been born rich. How does okay. He quite literally just sells courses. That is his whole business. Yeah. I found it. It is literally only selling courses. So in 42 days, I can start my profitable business and get my first customer. With the Consulting Accelerator. You know, one thing I've never seen is a successful man who ever paid for one of these courses.
Certainly it's something to do
Never.
with wealth or health.
Not a single one.
Relationships. Something, and I'm going to show you step by step how my students are earning 6 and even 7 figures working from their laptop from home.
Yeah, but you never hear anyone say that. Like, I've never heard a millionaire, when asked the question, how did he become successful? Oh yeah, but I bought Sam Ovens Training Consulting Accelerator.
If you really don't know what you're talking
Really
about,
blew me up.
hire an expert, get them.
It seems like you don't have to try that hard to market it. You just say the same dog shit that everyone else says. You just copy their
Why does
script.
it do that?
You can make enough money to be financially free. You could be generating profit in a matter of just hours, not just a few days. Earning 6.
Wow, that quick, huh?
Earning 6 and even 7 figures working from their laptop from home.
Like, how does anyone... I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. How does anyone see this and be like, yeah, that's probably legit? This is no different than the sexy singles waiting to fuck you in your area. I really thought these were just dead-on-arrival things. I had no idea they were an actual successful business. That is mind-boggling to me.
The more time they get to spend with you, and the more trust they build towards you, the higher the chance that you can sell them on higher price courses. Another thing is make sure they're not distracted. You want to make sure that their whole attention is focused on you in this webinar.
So basically just dating.
Turn off the social media. Tell your family, leave me alone. Close down Facebook, turn off Netflix, turn off Instagram. Hide your phone if you need to for the next 60 minutes. Because this exact training has changed literally thousands of lives, and it can do the same for you.
This sounds awful.
No,
It's a parasocial relationship. It's not even training.
I don't have any information on real work.
I need to take action. If you're still with me today, you're an action taker.
Anyone, anywhere, from any country on Earth can earn a full-time living on Amazon if they're willing to put in the work. Listen, if
They can't even use a microphone. They're using a fucking Mac built-in mic.
right? Because it's not.
Can't you get like a Blue Yeti?
Most people, when they read
This is a Sigma male grind set for sure. Hey, what's up, babe? I bought Sam Oven's training course.
We'll see.
So we fucking at my place of yours. What's up?
100 grand in his phone. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. You don't have to have any experience to get started. You don't have to have any tech skills, finding software, you need your own product.
Well, what do you need? Like, what do you do? Just sit there and hope that someone buys air? Like, you don't need any of that?
Experts, you don't need to take the risk of failing. You don't need to hire employees.
No matter. Okay, hold on. I want to see this whole list. So what is the position here? So you don't need to even be alive, it sounds like. You don't have to have your own product or create one, okay? Like what do you do? You don't have to do sales. You don't have to have an audience. So who's buying this? Like, how can you read this list and be like, huh? So I do nothing. So then what happens? I buy this course, and I get told I don't have to do anything, and then what? It's crazy. I've never seen the courses. I only ever see the ads and just write it off immediately. But seeing this, it's even crazier that anyone would believe this for even a second. This is literally the old fucking meme of like step 1 ? Step 2 profit.
So here's what you want to do. You want to create scarcity. So if you want to get these additional bonuses, you need to join now. And if you're going to think about it, you're going to miss out on this. These bonuses.
Who is this goofball? I only looked up Sam Ovens, but this guy's got my full attention. He looks like he wasn't meant to be in this line of work, like he was just an extra looking for work. So he's like the stunt double for the real John Crestani. Like, his heart doesn't seem in it at all. Let's see. It's all so fucking vague. Your job as an affiliate marketer is to do better job of selling the product than the merchant itself. Thanks, John. That's the entire about section. Incredible. Well, I know all I need to find out about John, I guess. Thanks to Reese of Hoop Snake, Sir Eric Valentine, and then Prime Yanko. Is there anything else? There's almost no words on here. I guess he's like catering to those that are illiterate, that accidentally buy his course. Like, there is absolutely no words on this whole fucking site. It's just pictures of John.
So I started off in college. I was running a little tutoring business, and I want to get some extra beer money, so I set up a website, and I put out some ads. I kind of taught myself to get more customers, and that turned into working for an ad agency out of college and doing pretty well, so that some of the business owners...
He is wearing a leather jacket, so he means business.
He sure does. And if you Google John Crestani, you'll see what he's talking about. Now,
No. That's how I ended up here. I googled John Crestani, and I saw nothing that made any sense, which is how I landed on this unlisted video on a most likely fake news segment he made. I quite literally can't find anything about what he does. It is like genuinely impossible to understand anything that John Crestani is doing. All he says is he's creating affiliate marketers, and that it's your job to make money. Like, what do you mean? I'm not learning anything. I'm just being confused.
these bonuses are only available for a very limited time and are only available for the people who are really ready to invest into their future.
He is a growth hacker, I suppose.
They're gone, guys. They're gone forever.
For people on this webinar today only, I'm going to do it for $1,999.
You can tell them it's okay to finance them with that credit cards or whatever. Need money. If the money is the biggest hurdle, but if you have the desire, if you have the time,
Oh,
if you have
God.
the willingness,
Oh,
we have
God, don't do it.
you can
No.
use PayPal credit and
John!
get started.
Go into debt for John,
No money.
or you'll never be successful.
Essentially free.
Oh, God. Holy shit.
It's telling you the truth. Right. I mean,
Oh my God.
the gold rush. Thousands of pounds. most of them I got on Udemy, and they're like 10 quid here and there. About probably in total I spent 200 on online courses. They're not.
It's super different though. Like when you're taking an online course for something like editing, you know exactly what you're getting into. They're going to teach you how to edit. Like you are absolutely getting what you want when you're taking like a course from editors. But when you're taking a course from just a dude who says that he can make you millions, you're gambling a lot more on this guy somehow giving you tools to make millions of dollars. Like it can't even be talked about in the same sentence. Like there are courses that are good, but none of them are like get rich courses. Like success courses, there's not a single one that'll actually make you better or make you more successful. And there is literally not a single one that I can think of that will ever get you in a position to be more successful in life. But if you're taking a course for like a focused thing, editing, even sports, you know, there's so much for that.
They're not trying to tell you.
Fucking wild that people conflate those two.
Unless
He's not. I'm not saying he is. I saw it in the chat. Just a little heads up. I know he's not.
I think, personally, a lot of them aren't going to last. I think
I'm surprised they're still around.
get extremely unethical, or they're going to be caught out in some sense, or there's going to be some kind of regulation. But for your own sake, just don't get into them in the first place.
That was a really well put together video. I hadn't heard of half of those gurus.
Like this, I've got a lot of exciting stuff planned. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Check out my last video as well. I did it.
I hope he sells a course at the end.
Going
These are all scams, but mine's real.
It's an awesome video.
That was a great video, actually. The only major gurus I knew were Ty Lopez and the Paul brothers. The Paul brothers, I don't know if they still do, but they used to do online seminars just like that. Genuine, full throttle, dog shit, awful courses. And I actually watched one, because obviously being the Paul brothers, people just put out the entire course, so I watched some of it. And I just assumed everyone would know that all of that shit is fake, but I guess not. Actually fucking wild.
Forget where is the loot room here? It's close. Okay. Oh shit, no, let's fill down that. That would have been bad. That would have been terrible. Oh. They're not away. What? So I guess. Probably just need to follow it through the normal way. I did want to double the loot pool though. I'll hop down here real quick, it might be down here. But I swear you get one of those critical hits on you and it's just fucking, they just wreck your shit. This place is gonna be a little bit tougher than I thought. A loot bag? Interesting. Oh, perk. I'll take it. I was not expecting that. Nice. Oh. Could be interesting. Yeah, look how being into this. It was like, he probably thirsty. Okay. Exactly there. It's a 5 skull. I thought it was 4. Shit. Oh, it's gonna be a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. is this not charging up? Let's make some more wooden spikes. What's over up there? Let's see. Get off me. You're scaring me like that. Damn. Fuck, I made a terrible mistake. Ooh. Medical cabinet. Yes. Books. Large pile of books. So I think should look at grabbing one of these now. Yeah, they up here. Oh no, this is fucked. Oh yeah, this is fucked. What the hell is this thing? Finally. Charged up. All charged up, sweetheart. Workbench? It's not a function of workbench, is it? Ooh, this big. Fuck you. Bitch. Fear me. Use it to replay. Did I just get 100 and something? Ooh. One step away. 3, really? Ooh, I can actually use this. I will scrap you, sweetheart. Sorry. You motherfuckers are hiding in there somewhere. Hold up. Where the fuck you at? Whereabouts? Tiptoe to the tulips with me. Get on the ground. Got a weapon. He's got a weapon. There's no way there wasn't any zombies in here. Really? That's freaky as fuck. They were the old-fashioned way, I guess. Just gonna jump down. Oh, do not need this breaking on me in the middle of the fight, please. Of course, I don't think it is the fan would even do that. Yep, 50 rounds in here. That's the boss room in it. There it is, up there. those motherfuckers at? They're all up there. Okay. Oh my god. That's a lot. Oh, that's pretty funny. A genius knows no bounds. This feels like a trap. I just cleared them all out. Sorry, shotgunners, but these got replaced. Well, we'll go for like rotten session rounds. No irradiated zombies in that book, though? This isn't the end, is it? Even though it should feel like it. He's nice. What's the dirt here? There's no point in leaving it. How are you supposed to get up here normally though? I guess you would just have to jump. Ring block. Ooh, mama. Ooh, wee, mama. 3 thingies. Take that, definitely take those. We'll leave the raw resources here. There's not really, it's not that much. I'll probably take the coal with me then. Take that. Actually, well, never mind. I'll come back and get them anyway. More ammo. This will work out. Oh, fuck. Fucking peanut fest in here. I don't think I didn't know a shoe boy. Two. Ho ho ho! Come on through! Die! I'll leave something in here. I guess. Probably leads, that door probably leads to death. So does this one. Oh wait, this is the, okay. This one probably leads to death. Is this just the living room? Well, who the fuck am I missing? It says Campbell, Bud, McLovin. Stabbing people. Oh, there's a wanted. Job. Okay, 2 first for 2 accounts, but. Trying to find these other losers. Probably up there. Yeah. Should be good now, as long as I don't keep fucking around. 15 bullets. Alright, we just barely. Well, I mean, we're probably still not gonna get out of here, but you know, barely get done in time. Which is pretty close. We might make it. Gonna make it. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good.
I sure doubted it, but you pulled it off.
I mean, I can make my picks. I don't really need to make time charges. If it was level 5, I probably would have took it.
You got time to do fantastic. I hope you can pull it off.
Those are coins. Nice. Nice, bro. No. Let's see what you got there. Let's go ahead and buy that. Go ahead and buy one of these.
Those damn things are selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, that's all I got, I guess.
Daylight's burning.
Have any mods for the vehicle? I didn't even think about that. Vehicles. Tier 2. They don't really give me. I guess it would be in mods. Oh, it'd be in. No, it'd be random schematics we learned, wouldn't it? Let's see. Definitely need to start making some of these. Definitely to make. I can make that right now. That I got the barrel extender on there, I think. I already got that on there. Vehicle fuel reserve tank. Already on there. Nope. I got the fuel efficiency one on there. But that one's cheap too. Press that one. Okay. That's not what. Okay. Let's do that. Odds. This talking to myself thing is not working. Did I put the concords in there? I am a little retarded. I am a little retarded. Definitely can take off the burst fire thing. I do like it, but DPS above all. Plus, I like being able to see what I'm actually shooting. Nice. Very nice. Much appreciated. Gonna be even more appreciated. Yes, sir. Let's see what else we got here. But only these mines can be installed in the fucking middle clubs. I mean, I can wrap barbed wire around a sledgehammer. I can do that in real life. I mean, I might fucking rip my hand to shreds, but you fucking know. You know. I never retract this stuff. Oh, 40 seconds, baby. Yes, sir. This is ridiculous. It should not take that much. It does take, dear God. Does it take that much for the other weapons? See, that's not... That's completely unfair. I feel like they did a typo when they were fucking making it. I feel like there needs to be 5 duct tape. Oh. Yes. Oh. We'll go set the, yeah, we'll go set them up. Why not? What should I set? Nah. It'll kill us eventually. Food. Oh wait, I just got a shit ton of coal. Oh, we can get food. That works out. It all works out. Should probably be using it for gunpowder, but you know, let's have some fun. This one needs to be more efficient at doing. Oh. Oh, wonderful. That's gonna be fun. They took me first option. You know what? I'll just go ahead and make some rifle ammo because I can already tell I'm gonna need some. Gunpowder. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? What's that would be crafted in there? I could go. I could just clear this place tonight. The fuck is shit? I heard that. Get back here. Ooh. Look good. bag. A big bag. Damn! They've eviscerated the spikes over here. No, there's like no wolf packs anymore. Before they were like major threat, they were just fucking come out of nowhere. Swing at the bait. Swing at her. Come on, you got that? There you go. Yeah, but hold up, bud. You have to give me. I gotta get to a point where I can stop. Alright. Oh, I'm coming, buddy. I'll pause the game while y'all looking at the moon. Do something to look at. another daily slot video by my boy, Newest Critical. Dude, mind if I do? This is the news.
Hey, welcome back to the Good News Show. In a world of frowns, a smile is worth more than gold. So, health is wealth. Let's get healthy with some good smiles. I'm joined by Mr. Matt, per usual.
As always, it's great to be here, Chuck. So why don't we just roll right in?
I've been awfully mean to Twitch recently.
With good reason.
Yeah, I've been a little Scrooge to Twitch recently, but credit where credit's due. They're introducing their first good feature in probably the last 4 years. They're adding stories, basically introducing short form content to their platform, a feature that is long overdue. For years now, people have been asking for a way to like actually watch clips and find clips on Twitch as opposed to just going to like LSF on Reddit or any other congregations of clips. And now Twitch is introducing their own feature that will allow streamers to clip themselves, and they'll have even like a discovery feed for it. And overall, I think it's a great thing. It'll help find new content creators and just see what's going on in the Twitch ecosystem. Right now, the feature is exclusive to mobile, but it should be expected to be expanded onto desktop in the future.
Well, that's something. Twitch's biggest problem has always been discoverability. The top stays the top until they don't want to be there. I would say the first streaming feature that helps people find
It's the first streaming feature Twitch has come out with in years. Full stop.
Yep.
Which is hype. Yeah. Well, they also had elevated chats, rest in peace, where you get to pay to not be seen, which is hype, pay to lose.
This is good news. I'm gonna blow away the negativity and say you're on the right track.
Yeah.
You're doing what you're doing. You know, we'll applause you for that.
And this just goes to show you how effective competition is. So that way, even brain-dead companies like Twitch can start to make good decisions when they're put to the fire.
That's great.
That's good news.
This next story, while it may have a slightly sad ending, is actually a story of happiness. So, a dog named Annie, well, she did just pass away a couple days ago. The story is very cute. She was adopted from a shelter at 19 years old after being given 1 month left to live. First, she adopted her Lauren, her and her best friend Lisa took her to being in Annie, and decided to give her the best month you could possibly give a dog. And Annie actually wants to live for 8 years. They basically had a bucket list made for Annie where they did everything a dog could possibly want to do, eat, and play. They went crazy with Annie and then made a social media account around it, which is where they just broke the news that after 1 year it was time for Annie to go. But it was a beautiful story about just a fun year when the dog was only given a month.
All dogs go to heaven. She went to heaven with a smile on her face, I imagine. I think that's very sweet that they gave her so much to do.
It was. Lauren said she needs a little break to let her heart heal, but she'd like to continue adopting more elderly dogs that other people aren't going to give a chance, giving them the best life that she can.
We got some great news. A item that was lost for 13 years was finally found. The One Piece for Mary Strand. 13 years ago, she had lost her wedding ring down the toilet. Thought never to be seen again, lost to the Ninja Turtles in the sewers. It happened to pop back up recently after a water treatment plant noticed something twinkling in the debris. It happened to be a diamond ring. A lot of people came forward claiming it was their ring, but they were required to submit photo evidence to confirm the authenticity. And it turns out it was the wedding ring of Mary Strand, who had lost it 13 years ago. So she finally got to be reunited with that. Yeah, it's pretty yucky. I actually wouldn't want it back.
That is 13 years?
Yeah, that's the poo-poo factory for sure. You don't come back from that.
You don't want to wear a ring from the poo-poo factory.
Yeah, but it's cool that it's back. She'll probably pawn it off or something by now. I don't think you'd ever want to wear it legitimately. It'll never be clean.
It does say, so it was actually, she got the ring as a gift for her 33rd anniversary.
Yeah.
And she's now ready to wear it. I think she's playing for the better.
They're still married, and now it's stronger than ever.
Love is stronger than America's. You're going to want it to feel more like a shark. I have great news for you. Research team out of Osaka, Japan, has figured out how to grow what they're calling third generation. You got your baby teeth, your adult teeth, and now third generation. They have figured out the way, just like sharks and lizards, how to let humans regrow them. So it's past clinical, or it's going into clinical trials. It's supposed to hit the masses 2030 if all goes well, and we'll be able to get more teeth. And the lead researcher said this is every dentist's dream. That they've been working on this since they were graduates. So, yeah, if you're missing some of your adult teeth, this is a really good story for you.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. So I don't understand how it works. I was hoping they'd go into the details because that sounds outrageous.
Yeah, I don't really understand the one thing here is that we didn't discover that buds are definitely
Like little teeth suits.
yeah, like they vibrate down in the home.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's naturally around.
Okay, now we're speaking scientific.
Right. I think I'd love to hear more on how it happens. Just know it's coming to a dentist.
Great news. Now here's a story for all you patriots out there to give you a sense of pride. The bald eagle is no longer an endangered species. Thanks to the power of freedom, they're coming back in a big way. They've been on the endangered species list since the 70s. They were thought that they might even disappear in a short period of time, but since the 70s, thanks to a large effort from the ESA, they've been able to help get the population back to a more healthy number. So, that's great news. Bald eagles, looking good. The stocks are through the roof.
No, well, you're always hearing about go.
As a wise scientist once said, the animals are leaving, the government's lying to us, the aliens won't talk to us. Might just be that's all right. Yeah, something to that effect. The eagles aren't leaving us, that's for damn sure. In fact, they're actually being spotted outside of traditional territories now, so they're even expanding.
That's actually invaded.
Yeah, they might overthrow us at the top of the food chain now.
Yeah, this is turning into a Rick and Morty episode. Rick's got to go sign up for the eagle for this turn.
This is actually a pretty cool number, though. I just read this one. They went from 2,000 breeding pairs in the state of Virginia to only around 30 back in the summer. So, they were on death's door.
Now they're much better. But the other thing I thought was pretty fun. Like, go kill one? I don't know. If we as a company like our LLC,
I think that's like unjust or something.
I think it's really weird. Why not just give everybody back time? What organization is hunting down others?
Slide us up like poaching to make it like a, maybe like accident.
It's let them have fun.
Yeah. It's anti-American to hurt a bald eagle. Screws.
This is a little using that might sound bad. Good news. Canada stopped working for a while. Why don't you tell them what they didn't capture?
They didn't capture Larry Nassar getting stabbed 10 times in prison. For those that don't know, Larry, is it Nassar or Nassar?
I don't think we even care.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't.
Larry Nasty is a great word.
Yeah, well, he, over the course of a couple of decades, abused sexually over 500 victims. He was a very prestigious, very well-known coach, and he was finally outed after decades of sexual abuse with, again, over 500 victims. And MSU actually had to pay $500 million to 323 victims that filed the lawsuit. I remember that stat from last night. It is an unreal case of evil. Genuine, pure evil.
I remember watching one of the documentaries on him. Absolutely one of the most violent.
Yep.
good news is he was stabbed.
Yeah, I don't like to celebrate. That's how good this news is that in most cases I would never celebrate this. And it wasn't on camera. There's a chance he stabbed himself. You don't know what happened.
Well, and even better news, the Lord didn't let him die, so he gets to keep suffering.
Absolutely.
There's so many layers of good news to Larry Nassar
Is one
getting
of the best
stabbed.
stories done. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
A lot.
Yeah, I got
Blood Forest.
I've got some great sports news for you. So, one of the most hyped players I've ever seen entering the NBA, Victor Wembanyama, had a bit of a rough start in the summer league. He dropped a big stinker. He went 2 for 13 from the field, and then I believe it was 1 for 6 from 3. People wrote him off saying this is the biggest bust in NBA history because he was so hyped. He's an absolute anomaly as a physical
Blood
specimen.
Forest.
He had a lot of expectations placed on him for the NBA, and he had a bad first game, but came back last night, dropped a 27-point heater, a double-double. I think he had 12 blocks as well. He looked really
Fuck no. I think a lot of people wrote off in the first game too. He had a lot of blocks. He had a good amount of blocks.
He was there.
I think it's only up.
Yeah, so the good news is he wasn't a bust.
Damn,
It's
open board, damn.
Well, not really. Britney Spears did that. His bodyguard slapped her.
If you want to do a little transition to less good news as much as good news, that was a weird.
That was so weird.
Like Britney Spears came up, gave him a tap on the shoulder, and Victor's security guard back.
So I didn't watch the footage, but apparently in the footage, the security guard like hit Britney's hand, which hit Britney's face, so she like hit herself.
It was a little blurry, the footage I saw, and it kind of like happened. I saw her just kind of react. So maybe it was all a big misunderstanding.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Victor was trying to.
No, it's not Victor's fault. I'm gonna just Victor.
Yeah. In fact, maybe
Let
it
me
got a
in.
27-point game for Britney.
Let me in.
This is for Britney, bitch.
Let me in.
Yeah, I've heard reports of people in the front said that after multiple.
That's kind of what I was thinking. What a hero.
Great job, Victor.
Yep. What is it?
If I ever look better,
What you got here, boy?
what do you think that is?
Well, it's got to be that Voice Global hoodie.
Yeah, I've also never felt more comfortable than today. So if I were
Waterfield?
you, I'd go straight to voiceglobal.com and pick up this bad boy, that bad boy, this bad boy. I probably scratched my mic. I really don't wear anything except for the clothes we make, so you should go try some too at voiceglobal.com.
That is great news. So this has become a big popular segment across all of mainstream society. It's when we win you money through the Powerball. Hasn't happened yet, but statistically speaking, it will if we do it long enough.
I would personally blame this.
Yeah, the lottery is it's rigged. It's a scam, but we're breaking the magician's code here. We're gonna win it today with the Powerball numbers and the balloons that I'm gonna pop with darts, carnival game style.
All right, now that we're done
Scientific
doing
method.
business, get out of my store.
That's good. Let me know when. Go. Nice. Oh. Alright, then here it comes.
Oh, is it all of them actually?
You threw it even further left. I was very close to the AC. Do it again.
Let's go play this.
I'm only going to give you one
This
dart.
Thanks.
Vanity Tower. Shit.
Alright. Alright.
Interesting.
Alright. We've collected the numbers from the balloons, corpses, and I gotta tell you, these look like winners. So get out your pen and paper and get ready to go to the nearest gas station to play these. 2, 3, 38, 52, 53. And the Powerball number is 13.
That's a lucky number.
Yeah, all of these are lucky numbers.
So, I think, did anybody win the last Powerball?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount, so try to keep it to like maybe 200 if you go play these numbers.
Hello.
And I'll get a nice chunk.
Holy shit,
And
hello.
everyone knows as the money is
Sorry,
increases
this
on
was
the Powerball,
your video. I
so do
thought
your
him
odds.
before you're dead. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to stay on here long. I'm about to go into work, but I got like an hour till I gotta go in.
Are you on the night shift?
I mean, no, I'm on second shift. I thought they were gonna put me on nights, but they kind of said, "Swerve, JK, Lamel, nah."
Wait, they got 3 shifts?
Yeah, we got first, second, and third. Yeah,
that works out.
7 and what now?
I said at least you'll get the rest more.
You would think so. You would fucking think so. Like, so they called me in. I was playing 7 Days to Die on Monday with him. We were about to do the Blood Moon. I was demolishing that little, just those buildings. I already demolished pretty much the 3 buildings beside my horde base. I was like demoing them now that I got motorized tools because I got the Crucible. Because you got your Crucible. I'm like, damn, I really want a Crucible. So I just started grinding those fucking quests. And then I hit level 75 workshop, and I was like, oh shit! I was like, I can make crucibles now. I can make steel. And I started just whipping up a bunch of those. I have like a whole ass crater in the front of my house where I've been mining that metal. I don't really give it enough of a fuck though. Like, yeah, it's a big ass hole, but I can always cover it up if I really want to. But or I can even put water in it. It don't matter. But yeah, whenever you're mining, you have to pretty much like just. All right, well, I'm mining, and I'm gonna have to kill like 10 fucking screamers because I'm making heat, and they love heat, so they're gonna come and start moaning in my ear while I'm trying to mine and shit. Cause I'll be mining, and I'm like, all right, I can just ignore them, and then no, they'll like fucking make their way down my little miner seeking tunnels, and yeah, it's so fucking funny, but oh my god, I got like so addicted to fucking 7 days because like I'm like. I got my agility. I got all the perks I want in agility. So I got agility 10, intellect 10, strength 10, so I can mine. I got my shotguns. I got my bow. I got my pistol, and I got my SMG. Bro, I'm a fucking man of war. I just walk around, and I clear my buildings with either my SMG or my shotgun. But like, I have to play this shit like Resident Evil. Funny enough, I had to just pick a fucking weapon I want to use. So like, I'll go home like, what do I want to commit genocide with? I'm like, I'm gonna grab you, and then I grab that with like enough ammo to clear like 2 or 3 quests.
Oh fuck!
And then I end up coming back with like triple the amount of ammo I even started with because that's how 7 Days to Die works sometimes.
Yes.
But then so I haven't played the game at all since then. They called me. They're like, hey, we know we just did your like interview last Wednesday or Thursday. So like literally like 3 days ago, 4 days ago, not even a week. But can you come in? I'm like, fuck yeah. I mean, like, I'm doing shit. They're like, all right, if you can come in, like, that'd be great. Came in, just kind of like threw me in there, and like not in a dick way, but like, you know, like only way to get familiar is trying it, right? This one dude don't like me. He don't really care for me because I'm Mexican, but you know that's to be expected because he is Puerto Rican. So he doesn't really like me. I already talked to the supervisor about it. I was like, I kind of knew it was gonna be a problem as soon as I found out he was Puerto Rican because they really don't like Mexicans. Like I always joke about it with you guys, but there's a lot of motherfuckers that don't like us for like no reason. Well, I don't give a shit. I really don't care. He's small. Oh yeah, but like he's a team lead, so the team lead don't like me. But he isn't a good team lead like whatsoever. And if it does become a problem, I already talked to the supervisor about it, but he's so goofy. Like, he didn't even take it seriously, which is why I don't even fucking bother talking to people about this kind of shit because they don't take it seriously. They ain't gonna do anything about it. So if it continues, then I'm just gonna go straight to HR and I'll get Scotty in trouble too. Because here's the bullshit. So I don't mind the work. The work is so fucking easy. Like, you're literally just pulling foam out of the molds, but like the molds are hot because they're metal. So it's like they stamp, make the mold. You gotta check the quality, make sure it's all good, no tears, no bubbles, no indents. Then put it on your the appropriate line, and then but you don't gotta do it. So we do like 30-minute intervals. So there's 3 positions. You got waxing, you got scrubbing, and then you got pulling, which is you're pulling the molds out. Then the second guy, he's scrubbing and picking all the foam that's stuck in the bowl, and then also loading up his share of the foams. And then the waxer, he's just waxing them so they don't stick. So like, and you get to have your headset on, which me with my pink headset, I instantly started getting like shit for it, which I don't give a shit. Like I don't really care, but it's funny. Like fucking Scotty walks up to me, he's like, "Hey, your daughter called." I'm like, "My daughter called?" And he said she wants her headset back. I'm like, "Fuck you!" I was like, "Shut the fuck up." So he's like he's too chill of a supervisor. Like no one takes him seriously. And I guess my second biggest gripe here is you don't know who the fuck a team lead is because no one dresses like up at like team up at Toyota Mazda you can tell who's a team lead like the hat and stuff all that. Which like now I see why they do that because literally you don't know who the fucking team lead is unless you go up and ask. But now I know the team lead, so it doesn't matter. But Lord have mercy. And then this one guy came in. We were like, I was getting trained, but I'm pretty much set. Like I'm already doing all three of the tasks, and they don't really got to worry about me. I just got to work on my speed. And this dude left like at lunchtime. Like he came in, he was gonna take over the other guy's spot because he's gonna move to another part of the plant. And he just was all right. It's lunchtime, and this was yesterday. So like I already kind of I'm already like giving them some tips and all that stuff. And because a week is like a good bit of time for a new job. Like you're already familiar with it, especially this type of work. He never came back. And then another dude on Tuesday, he was like, hey, because like I started on Monday. On Monday, he was like, hey, you coming in on Tuesday? I'm like, yeah, like I'm coming back. He's like, all right, cool. Then he came in on Tuesday, and then he left. Like he said something happened with his family, with his brother. That was on Tuesday. He hasn't even showed his face since. Connor hasn't been back, or I think he was, but he works third shift. But it's interesting. Like, fuck. It's very interesting. It's not backbreaking. You're just sitting there talking or listening to your podcast or whatever. But I've been listening to a fuck ton of podcasts since I've been here. Oh shit.
Glad it worked out.
Oh yeah, it came in clutch because and Tim was like, because I left the game as soon as they called me, I left the game and he's like, hey, I was doing something. I was like, shut the fuck up. I was like, come on, like, I'm not gonna wait for you to get done with whatever the fuck you were doing. Like I got to call an important one, but man, I've been craving Escape from Tarkov. Every time I watch the gameplay, it's so chaotic. I want to play it so bad.
I haven't watched too much gameplay, but what I have watched, I kind of like it.
Like I've been watching Batty streams. Like he literally like stands on a hillside while there's like shooting around like his vicinity, and starts turning his flashlight on and off like in a Morse code. Like, do you need help? And then he started getting shot at. He goes, oh, I guess not. And then he just starts running over there with his little shotgun. Like he's literally using like the sausage like from Rainbow, and just starts fucking demolishing people because he's so stupid it works. Like, oh man, I just love him. Matty Streams is a part of Unsubscribed Podcast. He's just this big old ginger man who sweats a lot, who has a cool ass beard and mustache, and he's goofy as fuck. And he's literally he is like the definition of he shouldn't have succeeded as a streamer, but he did. You know, because he used to do full-time work on top of full-time streaming, or not full-time, but like streaming 8 hours. How the fuck he did that? Because he would like sleep 2 or 3 hours and then go into work, and then come back and stream for like 5 to 6 hours. Like he didn't do no small streams, and well now he's a full-time streamer, so he's pretty much made it for the most part.
It's the way to do it.
But
I couldn't even keep up with that.
Yeah, like you can watch in all his older videos, like from 4 years ago, because he's been doing this for a while. Him and Eli, they're like the hosts of Unsubscribed Podcast, on top of also streaming. Like Eli's like 38, and Daddy's like 32. It's kind of funny because Eli is a Hispanic dude. He's the shortest one, but he's the oldest one. Then Batty is this like dude, like this nerdy guy who loves anime, but he looks like he'd fucking be in a prison. Like he looks like, you know, he's besides his goofy personality, he's got tattoos all over him, big ass Viking beard, and.
I thought you meant in prison the other way, like a rapist.
Oh, I mean. Nah, I don't really see him as a rapist. He looks like he like a man butt.
Like the man.
Man butt. Oh yeah, and I said we should bring back bounties because I completely forgot those were like a thing. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, it's like wanted dead or alive. Go get James Askenberg. He's like, damn.
Oh, you're talking about real life. That's why I was confused. I was like, is she talking about real life or a game?
No, bro. Like, I'm talking about like IRL, like Justin Seagro's bounty, like infinite amount of money for like the rest of your life and your bloodline if someone can bring me this motherfucker alive.
I agree. We should.
Like, let me just fucking open up that the command window and type in this coding, spawn you in some money. Gonna mod your server.
Infinite money glitch. We're live.
Nah, like they yesterday during the meeting they're like, hey, if anyone wants to come in tomorrow and clean, it's a full 8 hours, it's time and a half, and like just come in. Like, are you gonna be? So we're pretty much gonna put on these suits, and then some gas masks, and then do some dry ice blasting. So like we're shooting ice and like getting all the foam and shit off the stuff. So like it shouldn't be bad, but I've been bringing like, I literally went out and bought me a big ass fucking lunchbox just for water, so I can fit like 12 water bottles in here. On top of like, I stopped by the Phillips 66 gas station and buy me one of those little small bags of ice, and that's kind of been the routine. I like leave the house. I'll leave the house like at 12. I want to say like 12:30, and I get here like around 1:30. And then I just sit here until 2:40, and that's the time I gotta clock in and get ready for like the meeting and everything. But since today is a non-productive day, but we're just cleaning. But like, and I was thinking to myself, like, it's kind of funny. I volunteer for this because it's a full 8 hours of overtime. Unlike other than like International Paper, they would like, I don't know, like getting paid regular pay to do something miserable like cleaning. I don't like it, but get paid overtime, a full 8 hours of it for cleaning, that's okay.
Okay.
Like that's like in my head that makes sense. Or I ain't doing shit. And plus, I'm getting out of something by doing this, because like my family really wanted to take me out to go eat for my birthday, and I said no, and they just kept insisting, and I was like, oh wait, I can just work Saturday, and then like I won't have to do it, and that's why I'm here.
Shit, I completely forgot it was your birthday.
Yeah, I did too. Like, I woke up to like fucking FBI open up, and I'm like, what do you want? Oh, happy birthday and all that. I'm like, okay, cool. And like, gave me a hug, and I just went back to bed.
I sleep now.
Like, literally, I have an alarm on my phone to remind me it's my birthday. Like, I was driving back home, and I heard the song alarm. I'm like, what's this about? And it says, it's your birthday, bitch. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, cool. But then I just went home, knocked out, and then I forgot again. Oh, fuck.
Shit. I would offer. Well, yeah, you're going to work. Never mind. It's like I would offer to let you to go do something, but
Nah. Once I get, I think we're gonna get. I think I might only get 6 hours today, because we might get done really fucking fast, according to Aaron. I might get off like at 8, and if I do, I'm just gonna go home and watch a movie. Like, because they bought me a bunch of fucking snacks. Like, I walked in my room, and there was just a box of them. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this cool.
An actual gift. Holy
yeah,
shit.
no, that's a cool ass gift, like, in my opinion. And then I'm buying me a camper, so like I'll have my own little place to sleep. It's a $4,000 camper, 30 foot. It weighs about 4,500 pounds, and my truck can pull upwards to 6,500. But obviously I'm not gonna be moving it around a lot, so I could bring it over here with like no issues to the house. So I have my own little place to just fucking chill. So like that'll be cool. And then I can actually reenact the Breaking Bad. I wasn't actually gonna do a skit today. Once I put all my suit on, I was gonna record myself going like, "Hey, yo, Mr. White, yo, Mr. White."
Mr. White.
It literally looks like that. Like someone walked over to me and they had that shit, and I was like, bruh. I was like, yo, since when does like fucking Jesse and Walter start working over here? And everyone was like, "No, you stupid." I'm like, I know, can't help it. And then like I offended the fuck out of this one black guy that's been training me, because Scotty walked up to me and said, "Hey, yo, be careful with this dude. He's gangster, straight from the hood." And he said, "What did he say? What did Scotty say?" I'm like, "Oh," because like I was talking to that same black guy about what people call gangsters in Canada, hoodmen. And I was like, "Oh, he just called you a hoodman." And he goes, "Hey man, I'd rather you call me a gangbanger than a hoodman." All right, my bad. Because I couldn't help it. I was like, "It's just too fucking funny." And I was laughing. He goes, "Hey, bro, don't laugh at that." I was like, "I can't help it, homie. Like, don't get offended. It's just too fucking funny." But like, he gets salty so fast, and here I am just cackling away. Oh shit! I was wondering on my finger. There's a hole in it.
Oh, but yeah, just got a gaping wound in my heart. You know. I wonder why.
Yeah, no.
Then I having a little itch
what?
there.
Oh, this shit's infected. That's why it hurts so goddamn much.
Dude's arms red, casually just rotting off. Oh shit.
Yeah, no, like my ring finger on my left hand, I feel pain every time I like close my hand when I'm working. I look over, so it's there's a hole in the side of it, but I can see my nail through it. Like, you know how the nail goes in a little bit in your like actual finger? I can see it.
Did that happen?
I don't know. Damn, there's black in there too. Yeah, I gotta put some something on there. I thought I saw my bone. I'm like, ain't no way that's my bone. That's my nail.
At this point, I don't know, Adrian. I think it might be.
I don't know. I can't feel my hands. Like it's just fucking sore because I'm constantly grabbing the asses of these new guys that come into work. I mean, pulling this foam. But I'm not doing that today. I'm literally just blasting today. If they tried to get me to do production, which is not possible because production ends at 2:40, I'm gonna leave. Oh,
I did not agree to this. Fuck you.
Also, you can literally, like, I'm having to stop that part of my brain because the ladder access to the roof is not blocked off how it's supposed to be. You know how they usually have like a piece of metal that's locked onto it so that you can't climb it?
Yeah.
That one didn't have one on my first 2 days. I'm like, bro, you could literally just sneak up there and like just hide. And I'm like, that'd be kind of funny. And then I'm like, then I realized that most of the time they prop open the employee entrance, like, so before I had my car to scan in, like, I would have to just, I just walked up and opened it and walked in. They're like, how are you getting in, Adrian? I'm like, oh, that door's propped open. They're like, oh. I'm like, oh, but am I not supposed to go in through there? I'm like, no, you are. You've been an employee since Monday. Like, you came in, you got a job, but like, you're not even supposed to be able to get access in here without someone, like scanning you in. I'm like, yeah, you're right. But then I'm like, the other door's also open too, because there's two of them. And I'm like, so like, they're like, damn, alright, thanks for bringing that to our attention. I'm not gonna fuck people over, but Lord have mercy. It's like, it makes me really think about it, because I like look around, because it's like, this is the business park up here in Athens. There's like a bunch of like just jobs and shit like that. I think there's even a laser tag place here. Unless that's just a laser like.
There is. Me and Earth and a bunch of his friends had like a laser tag.
Cool. That's really awesome. You can literally just walk up over here. It's kind of funny. Oh, fuck.
God, just for a second, mate. I'm sorry, I'm panicking right now.
Oh, you're fine.
There's an entire roof of irradiated zombies fucking my ass.
Is that a baby bird? Oh shit, it is. The fuck happened to you?
I just spent 300 rounds.
Mowing down irradiated zombies?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's with a level 6 assault rifle. I mean AK.
Are you spec'd into Fortitude?
Yeah, that's my secondary tray.
Hell yeah. Damn, that's fucking that's crazy. That's why I love that shotgun, dude. I think it's like the most, besides the Desert Eagle, it's the most like ammo efficient thing. Like that Desert Eagle, I love it so much. I put that extended mag on it, put a 2x scope on it, and have the extended barrel, and I just snipe motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, you using the slug rounds, ain't you?
Not yet, actually. I was in the, cause I can't fucking get that scrap Palmer. Like, I know where to get it, but like, I can't get it in large, bountiful amounts.
Yeah, it takes a shit ton of time building up. You might be better off buying it from the actual.
Oh yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing because I got so much fucking money on there. It's not even funny. Like once I got into intellect and I got the barter up thing and then I got the quest thing, so I'm getting double rewards during the quest. Like, holy hell! And I forget you can only sell so much of the same item to them. Then you gotta wait for the shop to reset. But then there's like so many stores, like it don't even matter.
Oh yeah.
Once if I can learn how to fly the gyrocopter and I get one, oof. Oh fuck. No. So like this place, it isn't so fancy. It's not fancy, but it works. It's cozy, and that's something that Toyota Mazda was not for me. Shit, that place is depressing for me. I remember telling Nick, I was like, dude, like 3 weeks in, I'm like, this is depressing. I was like, this is really depressing. Oh fuck. But I also was thinking, I definitely took what was going on at Toyota Mazda for granted. Like, being able to just chill and get paid for it. While here, it's like you're busting your ass 24/7. But I also like that because it makes time fly by so fast. Like, I feel like I walk in and I just walk right out. And I was like talking to Jacob about it, and I was like, dude, like, if you could get me to like pull the last hour, that'd be awesome. Because that last hour is the longest hour of my fucking life, and the hour before lunch. Those are like the 2 longest hours. But now I'm gonna try to come in as much as I can because I would like to get the team lead position because that extra pay, like that's all I want. I don't know if they have a group lead here. I think it's like team member, team lead, and then like supervisor for like the whole that side of the plant. But
I've only been to one plant, so I'm not very familiar with other systems.
Oh shit, yes, right. So I know at International Paper it was team member, team lead, supervisor. Then you had like plant floor manager. And here's the same way. So it's team member, team lead, supervisor, plant floor manager, HR generalist. So he's just kind of like just making sure you're doing. This is one dude that like he's so nitpicky. Like he'll fuck you. Like he won't even get rid of you. Like he'll just fuck you because he is so. And it's not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's because a bunch of new people came in up in the higher up positions and they're like making these changes. I think on the day I came in for my interview, 3 people were getting walked out.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they're super strict on attendance as well. Like homeboy who called out Tuesday and since Friday, even if it's like for family reasons, a whole fucking week because like, because he's been here for 2 weeks and this is like his 6th day out.
Damn. So he hasn't even been there for a week.
Right, like even me at my worst at Toyota Mazda, no, like I got like 2 a month maybe, but he got like 6 days in 2 weeks. So first it was his sister, now it's his brother. But then on Monday when I came in, he asked me if I was coming in the next day, and that's probably because he had a plan to get out of work. Now that he knows that someone was there to cover for him, he's gonna try to call out. I think that's what his thought process was, because he hasn't showed up since. Also, I was thinking, I was like, I need to get me a spotlight for like whenever we do those late night barbecues at your house.
Oh yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was like, I need to get a light that I could just like put anywhere. It's bright as fuck.
Yeah, fucking when you left, Timothy was like making it so awkward because he was like saying something about like he was talking about Anna's parts and like saying that like, hey Anna, you know, snap. I don't even know what the fuck he was saying. And Anna was like, stop, and then he slapped her ass. Like, I don't know what his deal was that day, but fuck.
Very strange.
Like, that's shit that I can't even imagine doing. Like, talking about my girl as giblets in front of my homies.
Yeah, this is weird. I mean, yeah, you can hug her and kiss her and stuff, but doing that kind of stuff is just kind of weird.
And she didn't like it. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Damn though, if we do actually get that camper like up and getting all situated, I don't know, I wonder. Cause like now the next step is like buying me some land and then moving that fucking thing over there.
Can your truck pull that?
Yeah, it can pull it. My truck's rated for pulling 6,500 and 7,000, but it's not recommended to do 7,000 for long drives.
Okay, that works out.
Yeah, because it's a strong truck. It's a V6. Like, it's not that small of an engine compared to a V8. It makes good power, and believe it or not, the SR5s pull more than the off-roads and sport editions by like 500 pounds, almost 1,000 pounds. Now I was doing my research. I'm like, all right, let's see if I can even pull it. And even if I couldn't, all I would have to do is just trade it in for a Tundra.
I'm sure you could pay somebody like real cheap just to move it anyways. I don't think you're gonna be moving it that often, are you?
I mean, yeah and no, but it would be nice to just go ahead and get something, like, cause you never know what can happen, like weather and shit like that. Like if the weather's gonna be really fucking bad, I might have to move it somewhere and store it. I don't know. Alabama's crazy, but campers are not Alabama friendly. That's for damn sure. Cause like every fucking there's actually one on 24. His got demolished because I think what happened. He had like a windmill, like one of those personalized regulated windmills beside of his house. It got struck by lightning and it started a fucking fire.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I think that's what happened. That's what the rumor was, but who fucking knows? He could have been cooking up meth in that bitch and actually been Walter White.
That's what I was knows, but actual Walter White moment.
Yeah.
Oh. That is kind of cool though. To have a trailer just being it. I think I personally would have went with an RV though.
Oh, they're too expensive.
Yeah, that's another thing. That they're completely overpriced.
And it's not even just that. I think you need a specialized driver's license to drive those, don't you?
I think you need. It's not the license you need to drive a semi. It's the one right below that.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort and a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because it was either that or buying something like what you have. But I'd end up spending more money doing what you have because I would have to go get I had to get an AC because I can't move the one from my room, right? Because this is gonna be my brother's room after I leave.
Yeah.
I had to buy a whole new bed because I had to leave that in there for my brother. I had to spend a lot of money to make it.
What's all the features on the camper?
Oh shit! Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, cause the way you're talking made it sound like you kind of already had air installed, which is really nice.
Let's see if I can find the pictures. It's got a big ass fucking room. It's got a sink. It's got an oven, I think, microwave, cabinets, bathroom. Let's see. It's got a miniature stove, another washing station, a bathtub. I don't think it's got an AC yet, but
even if don't, you can just get one of those.
I think it actually has AC. No, wait. Yeah, I think it does. There's like events up in the air, unless that's something else. I don't know, but even if it don't, I'll just get a fucking AC. Or I don't even think I want to get an AC. I think I'm gonna get one of those portable ones that my dad just bought.
That's what I was about to say. You can get one of those.
It's like a 2-inch diameter tube that you make a small hole in the little thing, and you just stick it out, put insulation around it, so wasps can't crawl out because they ain't gonna be able to go in there. And if they do, they're gonna get chewed up by that fucking AC, and they ain't gonna make it out. But but it keeps their room so cool now. Like Mama was bitching about how hot it was in there, and Dad was like, "All right," went and bought himself like a $400-$300 like AC unit. Like they're like probably the size of like a mini fridge, probably a little bit taller.
I think.
But it looks very nice.
I think you do
It's
have a
ins-
unit. It's probably on top of the camper.
Right. I'm not worried about it. I see some shit. I'll send you the picture of the outside, and then
I just want to know how you're gonna get power.
I ain't worried about that. Me and my dad are just gonna run some shit.
Well, like if you decide to move it somewhere.
Oh, like well, you see, like that's kind of the thing. If I were gonna move it somewhere, it'll be on my land, and I'll just get a utility pole put on, and I'll get
yeah,
a
that's true.
septic tank put under there. I'll just pay the city to do that, and I'm set.
Oh, you even got a bathroom in it?
I got a bathroom, bathtub, all that shit, but it's a 30-foot trailer.
Okay.
And it's a friend that's selling it, so it's trusted source. It's in great condition. Like,
I don't think you'd buy it from somebody you thought was shady, especially after Mr. Joe next to it.
Yeah, Mr. Joe being winning the shittiest white person award. Yeah, no.
That sounds fucking awesome. I'm gonna have to visit you.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna be like fucking skinnier than Timothy, and I'm gonna have like a glass pipe sticking out of my pocket with like R built up in it, and be like, it's like, hey Adrian, it's like, who's Adrian? Yeah, this isn't Adrian. Pablo. It's like, what is this? Pablo? And I like walk away, and I'm just like just talking to myself, and
you just leave the door open. Just leave the door.
I like come back with a shotgun, and I'm like scratching my back with it. It's like, you leave. Like, you need to leave. It's like, is that thing loaded? No. Has to piece of trigger. Look at like blows a hole in the ceiling. Yeah. I was like,
yeah.
And like you see Terry's like fucking. Oh god.
He's
Terry's,
fucking
like,
standing up in the corner.
Oh yeah, on two legs. This is like, this Adrian you look for is no more.
He's part of our pact now.
Part of something.
Oh god, that's what happened. You turned into a fucking furry. Oh shit.
Fuck.
No wonder he's acting irrational.
Fuck.
You gotta put him down.
You try to shoot me, but like I'm so thick-skulled. Like,
bro, I'm just gonna throw a Molotov at you. Yeah.
I like sit there. I'm like, what was that? What was that quote from Joshua Graham? It's like, the fire around me burned, but the fire inside me burned brighter. And then like I just like shoot you.
Look, you like drag my corpse in there.
Yeah, and it's like, you see like Meat Canyon, like just like he's like animating all this. He's like, write it down, like
write this shit down.
Write this shit down. Like, well, sir, that is a tragedy. We are copying tragedy. It's just like, shut the fuck up. But yeah, it'll be interesting. That's for damn sure. It'll be nice. It'll be very nice. I'm probably gonna be living like a very low key life too, though, because I want to be able to put my PC in there, and I am. So I'll probably have to get like a futon again, or I don't know. I won't even have to do that. I might just get one of those Japanese mats and just sleep on that shit. Oh fuck. Only thing I'm worried about is like crackheads. I'll have my Bowie knife on me. Yeah, people will just. I'll have to buy a lock on it and everything, so people can't just pull up and steal that shit.
Bro, you fucking wake up one day and you're like, you can feel it bouncing and shit, and you're like, oh fuck.
I like grab my Bowie knife and I like walk up and I like slit his throat while we're driving and kill us both. I'm like, fuck it.
For fun while it lasted.
Oh yeah, as I'm getting thrown around and all this, I start I have like glass around me, I'm like flying in the air, just like reflecting on life. I say, man, I could have punched Justin just a little bit harder, then I smack my head and die.
It
was worth it, bro. What the fuck? If I heard that while someone slit my throat with a fucking abused and used knife, no, that was there to kill myself, but you already do it.
Oh yeah, you're like heading towards the ground. You could have easily survived, but you just put the Bowie knife in front of your forehead.
Oh yeah, I like put it right on my temple. It's like I was like, God, take the wheel. No, so one of the funny fucking moments on Tarkov is like this scab was gonna throw this grenade at this guy, but he held it just a little too long, so he fucking throws it and it explodes in his face, and that motherfucker got like spring locked, like his back just fucking broke. I was like, fucking hell, dude. Like he had a masterful plan. He said, "I'ma kill myself before he can kill me," and he fucking did it. I want to play that game just for the fucking shits and giggles, but it also seemed really fucking cool. Oh. Alright, bro, I'm gonna let you go. Like, they're starting to let people off, and I'm gonna go ahead and head inside and talk to Aaron and see what the fuck I need to do, who I need to suck.
I won't be on tonight, but I'll see you later.
Alright, go.
Low on that ammo. Not good. No good. I'm in the same room. Okay. Fall off, didn't I? They decided to. Shit. Well, I guess I'll get up there eventually. Well, who is this boy? I know he's down there, but it's like he's right next to me. Could it be these dudes? Oh, electronics. Can't wait to see what kind of loot room is waiting for me at the end of this thing. Sir. I thought it fucking obliterated it from reality. this before it comes back time. I don't think I can handle him. With their old Pharaoh. There's a dog out there. Okay. Water pool. Before I even get up there. Shit. interesting. Why are there a bunch of books in the bathroom? Who knows? Shit, what's happening? That just be the way it crumbles sometimes. I'll leave before. Leaving at the Ford. Leave at the Ford. Since it's nighttime. Oh my. Blasted, blasted everybody below him. Damn. Really gonna drop me down after that. Calm down, Virgil. Now, Virgil, I can't get up and stop in the middle of this one, okay, bud? Oh, wait, I can pause. Alright, give me just a second, bud. What do you want?
Dana said she needs her weights back.
Right there.
I'm not fucking serious.
Well, then you can wait then. God. Damn, boy. None of that. None of that, Chief. None of that. None of that. Top floor. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's like the actual. What was that? Hopefully I don't die. It'd be a shame to lose these giants. See what we got going here in terms of videos. Sure, why not?
While the first 10 minutes of Minecraft Legends on average were amazing, the first hour was rather boring. The game went from great to disappointing relatively quickly. And not just for me, but a lot of people as well who even ended up refunding their game early on. I'll explain why this is, but first let me start from the beginning.
Home run.
After the introduction into the game's mechanics, you're led into the overworld where the game actually takes place. Our first task in the game is to protect the village from an ongoing piglin attack. So it's finally time to put what we've learned to the test. I gather resources to prepare myself, rush to the conflict zone, and fight off the piglins. Nice victory!
It's a mountain attack on another village.
But before we really get time to pat ourselves on the shoulders, there's another village facing an imminent threat. Okay, well of course we go there. That's what we're here for. This time, we ready some defenses and successfully fend off the piglin waves for 2 minutes.
Oh, shit. They gotta be in here. Or maybe the hole right there. Yeah. That's what I'll call it. Small liquor pile? Oh shit, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to store all this. Sniper rifle, let's go. I'm not expecting any of that, but let's go. Steel level 6 steel shovel. I mean, I know that pretty much means nothing, but whoa. Watch me have to break this open by hand. I would laugh. It's already open. Oh, it was poisoned. That's why. Oh. We're not gonna open it. Oh. 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 Oh shit. That's beautiful. I don't even know what to say to all this. I refuse to pick up murky water. Ah. I'm gonna have to drink it. Fuck. Lamb rations. That shit made me sick as a fucking dog in real life. Got me something else I can drop beside the med kit. Give me that knowledge. Knowledge. Alrighty. party lot session. How do I get out of here? Oh, almost missed it. Almost missed it. Alright. Time to pop this baby open. Oh, it's already open. Cool. Thought I found some shit. Oh, dude. The fuck? Honestly? Honestly? That saves some room right there. Put the console looking for. The sounds honestly are fucking terrifying. Makes me actually feel like I'm on top of the damn building. How the fuck do I get out of here? I know I keep saying that before. Elevator? Build up, I guess. Oops. It's not backwards. That's why. So I wouldn't do it. I'm doing it anyways. And just because I can, and I have that autism, break this shit. Time to waddle down here. Got it, bud. Come on. Come on, you're getting it. Come on, let's go. Let me help you out there. Help you out a little bit. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You got it. You got it. Come on. I believe in you, bruh. I believe in you. I believe in you. Trust me. You gotta do this before you die. Come on. Let's go, baby. Wait. Oh, I haven't killed them all, apparently. Hold up. We missed somebody. We missed an unfortunate soul here. On this level. Let's see. Oh yeah, you were the other one. Gee. Alright, let's go. Where you walking, brother? There you are. The sniper rifle is bad fucking ass now. This used to be fucking awful. I was using the tactical. Switch back to AK. I need the DPS over the pure damage. We got all the check marks. It says return to trader. Good meters, that doll looks bigger than usual. That's a fucking bear. Cars, bud? Ooh, that's a lot of cars. That's a lot of corpses too. Oh. I'll take it. orange pickup truck. Oh, that's massive. The Great Heights. Oh yeah, drink that shit right now. Yum. Why not? We're in the area. I should have checked if there was fucking mines over here. That would have ended awful. Still walks into the barbed wire. Footlocker. Yes, you can. Yes, sir. Army truck. Untouched. Water. Some food. Oh shit. Go in there, and I'll just take these. Go fast. Pick that up. I love how it just stays there with a fucking chair on top of it. Back to base time. Excellent haul. Amazing. Fuck. Hell of that. An exploder over here. Goes the thing. Thought I fucked up because we're gonna have the burst fire mod on there. Shit. Ooh, so enough flesh. I can go around and hunt those for a sec. Oh shit. I'll kill one more and then I'll head back. And I'll probably stick to the road because I just learned it's a lot faster. Be some more bears out here. Old pine forest is getting a little boring. Is that an actual functioning trigger? No. Oh, there's a mushrooms. Okay. Hey, it's the farm. I assume this is a different version though. Yeah, that looks much worse. Oh my, what are you? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Make sure there's none of it around me. Get fucking obliterated. Okay. It's fucking exploded. Oh, don't drop another one here, bro. Come on. Damn you. Shit, now I gotta go get that one. Go get that, and then we'll head back. Think I gotta get off soon here anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, is that an actual trader? Really? Out here? Of all places? I'm gonna laugh while I walk in here. It's like a fucking death trap. Oh, it's not. Nice.
We've got the best prices in the wasteland.
Definitely have to get that.
Not one thing? Well, there's always next time.
Just look at some of the other stuff, yeah. Level 3 robotic drone. I'll pass. I'll pass. Yeah, I'll pass now. Even though they're expensive as fuck.
Thanks for the business. Stay safe out there.
find one more bear before I left, but gun range. Where? Over here? Ooh. Well, it's only a level 4. We'll mark it. GR for gun runners. The big ass fucking bear right there, boy. Hold up, don't make sure I'm not retarded. Feels like the starts of a base. Oh fuck. Come on, you can get out of here. Okay, there we go. Shit. Thought I was lost for a second there. Gazebo's obviously trapped. Alright, time to head out of here. I only got so many repair kits. If we do see another bear, though, I'm gonna stop and obliterate its skull. That looks like a fun building. Why not? It's almost kind of looks like the town back at base. I know I said I was going to take the road. Oh wait, it's right there. I was going to say I don't see it, so I'm just going to go. Yeah, I'll probably make it back before it becomes daytime. Definitely need to get that supercharger. It's gonna be nice. Alright, back to the base.
But then comes the part that kills the whole pace of the game. 3 piglin outposts pop up. So naturally we have to clean those up too. The first one is interesting because it's the first one. You're finally up against the enemy right on their territory. But the second one and the third one, most of the time, you're just standing there watching your army dismantle structure by structure while doing nothing. Sometimes literally nothing. The player cannot attack buildings and you can't build on netherrack. So you're stuck there feeling completely useless. And that's a weird feeling for an action strategy game. It gets really boring. By the time you have to go to a new 4th piglin outpost, the game starts feeling incredibly shallow. Is this it? Do you just control 20 units to send to structures while you hold the attack button? I'm pretty sure a lot of people stopped then and there and gave up on Minecraft Legends. And in all honesty, I can get why. Minecraft Legends has horrible pacing. Racing games are the most notorious for handing you fast and exciting cars right in the beginning. They give you a first glimpse of what's to come, whether in Forza, Need for Speed, or Test Drive Unlimited. They all start with a bang, only to eventually take that experience away from you again. While you now have to deal with slow cars, at least you know exactly what to look forward to. Other game genres aren't strangers to this concept either. Grand Theft Auto 5 reels you in with a dramatic first action scene. Anno 800 impresses you with what your future city could end up looking like. And Amnesia: The Dark Descent foreshadows the horrors you're going to encounter later on. And they all have one thing in common. They all inspire. And while not every great game has to start like this, it's pretty clear that Minecraft Legends was trying to do something similar with its first piglin base. But instead of leaving you with an awe-inspiring impression, the game bores you with so many mundane, spaced-out tasks for no particular reason. And it's not like the campaign was just a little side mode to preview what multiplayer PvP and other modes are like. No, Minecraft Legends is fully voiced in 16 different languages and includes another 10 subtitle languages.
Hello, hola, bonjour, hello, ciao, bien, hola, hey, hello, 你好。
希望你感觉还好。这种旅行总是让我倒胃口。
They really wanted people to like and play this game. I tried visualizing and breaking down the first hour of the game to see what's going on. From the very beginning, all the way until you're done with the first piglin base. I also added a line showing how much I was actually enjoying it. It looks a little dramatic, but let's briefly go through it. The beginning is filled with joy due to its shiny cutscenes and the great tutorial area. In such little time, I learned so much about the game's mechanics and its story. Everything about it kept me entertained and longing for more. Then the overworld was presented to me. Village 1 confronts me with the piglins for the first time. Village 2 introduces defensive structures and how to use them against piglin attacks. The wave ends up dragging on with little happening.
Can't give me shit items like this, bro. Come on.
The order can vary, but Outpost 1 had walls,
No, I got a ton of shit
so
from
it taught me
it.
how to break through them. Oh. Outpost 2 taught me that nether spreaders exist. Okay. Outpost 3. There's buildings that shoot arrows at you. Interesting. By the time the 2 new units were introduced, I had lost half my interest in the game. While in hindsight I now know how useful they are, At that moment, they both just looked like slight variations of the cobblestone golems. Unimpressed, I continued with Outpost 4, where the banner view gets
I
introduced.
guess it's just Forge still. Like, how much is...
It's supposed to help you send off separate types of units to make smarter decisions. Looking back at the game footage, it seems like using it confused me more than it helped me. This is also my lowest point. The game was feeling shallow, and it was trying to teach me a new mechanic that didn't feel useful with its current depth.
Let's see.
It was only at the first Piglin base
How
that
do I
I
do on the
enjoyed
ones that are
the
far
heroes
away?
again. Suddenly I had so many different units to choose from and
The
things to
inventory
do.
management.
Instead of standing around, I was busy commanding them to attack different structures, all while slowly pushing forward. Felt a little chaotic, but I was really liking this. The action was back, and I missed it.
Oh, well, yeah, we can.
Afterwards, Minecraft Legends really starts. Usually
You know,
games have
hospital.
this scene where you see the game's logo indicating that everything before was just an introduction. That scene is here, but there's no logo. So I added it just for fun. That's how it should be.
I think I, yeah.
Instead of continuing playing, I stopped. The excitement completely wore off, and after an hour of gameplay, I had enough
No,
for
that's
the
what I
day.
was thinking about.
Believe it or not, I did eventually end up finishing the game. And I have to say, it's not that bad. Sure, there are many frustrating moments along the way. And sometimes it feels like Minecraft Legends actively doesn't want you to like it. But buried in there, I believe, is an actually fun game full of potential.
Oh, Max
Potential
Robotics?
that it sadly doesn't make a lot of use of. But as Minecraft Legends is still a young game, I have faith that the developers have a lot of exciting stuff for the future. And honestly, cleaning up the campaign would be a great way to start. If this was my first impression of the core gameplay mechanics, and I hadn't had as much patience as I did, like many others, I would have loved to refund Minecraft Legends. I do understand that the pace in the beginning is a little calmer due to new lessons being taught, but what kind of crowd was playtesting this for them to come to the conclusion that this is acceptable? To begin with, why were there even two villages? Couldn't the same lessons be made from a single one? You arrive at the village, kill all piglins, place a carpentry to repair the buildings, everyone's happy. But instead of forcing you to go to the next village, you're told to prepare defenses against an imminent attack like the second village. You'd still be doing the exact same things while learning the same amount of lessons. And the same goes for the 3 piglin outposts. Instead of wasting the player's time vaguely hoping they understand what the buildings do, just have a single outpost. And for each building, just use animated pop-ups, for example. The only downside to this approach is that you wander around the world a little less and don't have access to the second village. But neither do you have access to these villages. And it's not like it matters either. The only incentive you get from villages are free resources and a fast travel. For a game that wants you to explore with a lot of freedom, Minecraft Legends consistently shoots itself in the foot. You can gather resources. Oh yeah, but you can also get them from the chest. You can explore a procedurally generated world. Oh yeah, but you can also just teleport. You can do that, yeah. And for a game that also wants you to be doing certain tasks and using specific features, it's really vague about what, how, and when you can do things. One such major example is cleaning netherrack. Yes, you can actually do that. It sounds completely pointless as the game doesn't really incentivize you to do anything with it, but it means you can build structures inside piglin bases, therefore adding a whole new layer of gameplay to Minecraft Legends. The game isn't just about sending cute creatures to their deaths anymore. but also about building structures to assist their adorable nets. I actually enjoyed the game sometimes, would you believe that? And sure, it's not perfect either. But it already gives the game an additional dimension that many players missed out on. While I'm aware that a lot of details are explained in the journal, I don't understand why the developers didn't put a greater emphasis on incorporating this knowledge into the learning process. What's the purpose of the narrators if they don't properly guide you to the most fundamental features of the game? Villages could in turn be used to introduce such concepts. While exploring the world, you find a village center covered in netherrack from a piglin outpost, for example, and your task is to clean it up in order to build things again. And that way, by letting the player explore the world for purposeful locations, you're rewarding curiosity with a useful new possibility. And that is just an example. We're currently left with a half-finished campaign and a dying player base. I do, however, really hope that Mojang Studios and Blackbird Interactive do end up improving Minecraft Legends. While I was frustrated a lot, I do look back on my time with the game in a positive light. It's incredibly charming and has a lot to offer, but currently it seems to severely lack any sense of direction on what it wants to be and for who it wants to be. None better reflected than in its first hour. Until then, they really need to sort the game out, but at least the foundation is already here. And I do truly believe that Minecraft Legends could be a great game someday. Thanks for watching and feel free to subscribe if you liked the video.
I'll be honest with you, Chief. I didn't listen to that. Let's see, it was something that'll keep my attention a little bit. I'm gonna just laugh at the laughing emoji. Summer's Night. Listen to some Jacob. There you go.
That is some good shit. Literally. Hi, I'm Chris Hansen, and what I hold in my hand here is a powerful hallucinogenic drug that your children are huffing at least 17 times every half hour. When, of course, they aren't being harassed, abducted, or generally diddled by the types of people featured on the award-winning masterpiece of television, To Catch a Predator.
Could you explain yourself? I'm sorry.
Very handsome host of that show, by the way. That guy looks like he works out. The drug is called Jankum, and it is made out of gases extracted from piss and shit that has been left in the sun to ferment for several days.
Yeah, that's nice. Chrissy's going down.
You may be asking yourself, what? What the fuck? Christopher, you must be joking. This must be a joke, or a bit, as we refer to it here in show business.
A bit is what they call a joke in show business. Right, Bojack? That's right, buddy. String a bunch of those together and you got yourself a riff.
But I assure you, this is no laughing matter. This is as serious as it gets.
Put up the money in the bin. A real bad bin. Level 3? Okay. Exactly what I have on. They have slightly better stats. Some of them don't even have slightly better stats. Might have to make too much, just... I probably could just put them on the weapons that I have. The steel spear, what can I put on? That's for like tools and shit, but put it on okay, so that one. Yes. I guess you would put it on alright. Yeah, put that on at the same time. Okay. Interesting. High capacity. I'm sure you can put an auto thing on it. Work pretty well. See if we got an auto. Full auto mode. Let's go. Oh yeah. Much better. Drop in tube extender. Pop that on there. Definitely gonna pop that on there. Probably pop that on there. Oh. That's only for the pump track, right? Okay. Can't put a tube extender on there. Put that on there. Very nice, very nice. close to the town. Alrighty now. Boom. 6 potatoes. Probably, I think one of those forbidden elixirs. Go boost farming. Like these potatoes. But they're out of seeds. Water. 10 rotting flesh per. Fucking hurt. Fuckers. Thought you were gonna sneak up on me. Fuck you. It's just so weird to toss it in there. But now that I look at it, it's like, it's all the recipes is food. You know, we'll toss it in there. This, yeah, this was more generalized. Still, well, shit, we could have just done this one instead. Well, dang. Dang. Oh, darn. say alright. Say it forever. Eventually, I want to put a gun safe over, like maybe over here or somewhere else, or I'll decide, and have each one of the classes, like main weapons in there, all maxed level 6. Probably be when I get off the game. Maybe I'll go crazy and do a shit ton of raids or something, like doing each class. But other than that, that'll probably be the end of the game. Oh. I spied. It crumbles. Chidorinos, Chidorinos, Chidorinos. Chidorinos. Old porcupines with queso. Blah blah blah. This hits my soul, bro. Alright, good one. Work on the base. I thought this was the building box. Hold up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Fucking blasted. Wonderful. Oh, nice. Worked out, didn't it? I think I'm gonna make this into a room. I'll probably just make it into like an iron area. Yeah. I'll still add like a bit of an awning or something right here though. Oh my, what is that? Is this a new cheap block that I just found?
I feel like this one isn't talked about enough. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Ooh, that one hit different. What the hell? It's like dashes. Oh shit. It's actually got a mirror. I mean, I know it probably doesn't work, but you know. Okay, that's cool. Wooden blinds. Okay. Ugh. Okay, well that would make sense.
Joined today by our Asian correspondent, Evan Sugar Tits Green, an expert in all things shark. How are you doing today, Evan? Chris, I've told you a million times to stop harassing me like this. I'm not coming back to the show if you keep introducing me with my middle name being Sugar Tits. Well, isn't it? No! No, it's not, Chris. Well, how come those sweet, sweet baps are so damn sweet, Evan? How do you explain that? What? Those baps are so sweet, I feel like I'm getting type 2 diabetes just looking at them. Whoa, Chris! Hey, come on, let me get to the yams. No, Chris, no, oh God, Chris, no! Come on, don't be a bitch. Chrissy wants his milky. I'm a boy! Let's talk shit.
I piss and poo. I piss and poo, but mostly pee.
Jenkum is in the same drug class as things like gasoline and computer duster. You may notice that none of these things are really drugs, per se. You use them to dust your computer, fuel your car, or float in your toilet bowl, and they're really not. These things are really not drugs, and you should not use them to get high, kids. Stick to using your gasoline for arson and your poop for snowball fights, okay? Those things can get pretty serious. Sometimes you gotta play dirty. I'm from Alaska, okay? We play by prison rules up there. I know I'm getting off the rails pretty early here, but this one time in elementary school, a teacher told us a story about a kid a few grades before us who put a rock in a snowball and dinged some kid in the noggin with it so hard that his eyeball popped out of its socket. So just think about that next time you complain about me hucking a poop ball at you, Derek. Things could be worse. Okay, anyway, Jenkum, gasoline, computer duster. These substances all belong to the drug class known as inhalants because you inhaled them. They're not named after John Q. Inhalant. Common misconception there. This drug class is home to many middle school fan favorites, such as Freon, Paint Thinner, and our old friend nitrous oxide. Fuck. The active compounds responsible for the high that you get from happily huffing human waste are thought to be the methane and, to a lesser extent, the ammonia that are released from fermenting the piss and shit sludge that you have collected. These gases are typically harvested from the poop goop by collecting your sewage in a bottle or can, placing a bag or a balloon over the top of it, and then leaving it in the sun to ferment for several days to collect that good, juicy methane buildup. And you can collect this sewage anywhere you'd like. The floor of my local Target, for example, is absolutely covered in it. After you've let the shit slurry age like a fine wine poop straight off the vine, you're ready to pinch off that balloon, take a deep breath of those fecal fumes, and experience the...
Hey, bro, you hot? Why we going so? Fuck yeah!
After you take a big old toke of that sweet, sweet shit steam and hold it in your lungs, you should start to experience confusion, mood swings, euphoria, lightheadedness, dizziness, pleasure, regret, headache, delusions, and hallucinations. And if you're lucky, you might just trip so hard that you forget the fact that you just inhaled literal shit. In fact, you might forget what shit even is entirely, or who you are, or just straight up black out. Some users have reported audio and visual hallucinations, seeing dead relatives, and even entering an entirely new dimension. And who would have thought that instead of heading to the dark web for some salvia or DMT, you can just pop a psychedelic straight out of your butt? But seriously, don't do that. It's poop gas, bro. It's not worth it. These effects may last up to an hour, which is insane to me. I feel like that's a super long trip for an inhalant, but, you know, I'm no expert in that regard. The furthest I've gone is sniffing a Sharpie or 6, so, you know, what do I know? As previously mentioned, these effects are caused by methane, ammonia, and other chemicals that are released from fermenting the shit. But just like all other inhalants, a decent amount of these effects are just caused by hypoxia, or a lack of oxygen in the brain. You see, and this is kind of a little known fact, you actually have to breathe in oxygen to live, like all the time. It's crazy, I know. And when your lungs are full of Freon, or computer duster, or shit gas, they're not full of, you know, air. And for some ungodly reason, when your brain doesn't get enough oxygen, it gets fucking horny for that whole situation. It likes that quite a bit. And this is one of the things that evolution has produced in humans that I can just not wrap my head around at all. Another example of that, if you jump into some very cold water, your body will immediately, uncontrollably gasp for air. But you're in freezing cold water when that happens. So instead of air, you just inhale freezing cold water. What's up with that? How do you explain that one, Darwin? Tell me, you smart little dead whore. And that first bodily response that I don't understand is that not getting any air to your brain actually feels pretty darn good some of the time. When deprived of oxygen, your brain releases dopamine, serotonin, natural endorphins, all the good stuff. And hey, who needs antidepressants when you got a Walmart bag and a zip tie, right? Please don't do that. I am fully joking. If you do want to take advantage of that effect, don't just starve yourself of oxygen. There's actually this thing called Wim Hof breathing. I'm not going to explain it. Just look it up. It's pretty neat. It's safe, I think. It's fun. I mean, just take a look at autoerotic asphyxiation. You know, people cannot get enough of that shit. Quick fact about that, dudes who choke themselves while choking their chickens are called gaspers. And the practice, first reported in the 17th century, was actually prescribed by doctors as a treatment for erectile dysfunction. This effect was discovered by observers at public executions who noticed that male criminals often developed an erection during the execution, and some of them actually ejaculated while being hanged. Hung, and that is just fucking weird, right? That is strange. Like, you're literally hanging there, dying, and your brain is just like, oh yeah, bust that nut, brother, this is awesome. It makes no sense to me. No. This is all to say that Jacob gets your lungs nice and angry, and your brain nice and horny from the lack of oxygen.
The thing about the Jankum experience is it's customizable based on your diet. Eating a lot of maize is said to put you in touch with Native American corn spirits.
We don't know how long people have been huffing ass gas. I'm sure cavemen and people in a Burning Man porta potty have been unintentionally doing it since there has been shit to huff. But its use was first reported to the wider public by a global news agency called the Inner Press Service during a trip to Zambia. And really, the bulk of reported use of Jankum does come from Africa, Zambia in particular, because if there's one thing they have in abundance over there, it's raw sewage. The reporters found that the primary users of Jankum were the dirtiest lowlifes out there, homeless street children. But in all seriousness, that does suck. That's awful. Those children do need help. I'm not that terrible of a person, okay? Or am I? Yes, I am. Jankum derives its name as an alteration on the word gankum, spelled with a G instead of a J, which is the general term that Zambian street children use for sniffing glue. And you better hope you get that pronunciation correct, okay? That is the difference between a sticky situation and a very, very stinky one, if you know what I mean. Jankum sits right under gankum as the third most popular drug among Zambian youth, with the first being weed. Thank God they still have actual drugs to inhale other than just glue and shit. The weed is then followed down the list by, glue and shit, in that order, and then uncured tobacco and huffing gasoline. It sounds like a fun time over there. I mean, they got that gas and that gas. Hey, gee, new spring break spot for sure. I will now give a quick reading of the initial IPS report on, for lack of a better term, the shit orphans. Those poor, perilous, parentless poop people. Those hungry, homeless doo-doo huffers. People used to wonder why a gang of scruffy preteen boys hung around the sewer ponds of the Garden Township here in Lusaka. The stench is so overpowering that people literally speed through that stretch of the slum area, wondering how those who live close by ever got used to it. The answer has finally dawned on Zambians, and it has left them pondering the desperation of its street children. The boys of the Garden Township have discovered Jankum, a new way of getting high. The process is simple. Human excreta is scooped up from the edges of the sewer ponds in old cans and containers, which are covered with a polyethylene bag and left to stew or ferment for a week. The contents are then inhaled, and the result is a lungful of biogases and a powerful hit. Jankum huffers bury their entire face in the ghastly mess, gasping it all in. Bamudala Niakali Kochile Dobo. Mukila Niambe, a 5th grade dropout, told IPS with teary eyes and a running nose, "Old man, this is more potent than cannabis." The Drug Enforcement Commission, DEC, says there is nothing they can do about it. It may be a terrible health hazard, but is completely legal, as are glue or petrol sniffing, previously the most common way street kids numb their senses. Damn, dog, that's just tough. You know, I'm kind of sad now. Let's talk about the time a sheriff in Florida told everybody's parents that their kids were huffing shit because of one post on the ancient equivalent to 4chan. It's 2007. Obama's gearing up to become president, Brittany's shaving her head and no one is leaving her alone, and most importantly, a masterwork of interactive media known as The Simpsons Game is about to be released. I fucking love that game, dude. I spent $250 on a used PS3 so that I could play it, and yeah, I couldn't pay my rent that month because of it, and yeah, my family did disown me and tell the law that I violated my parole, and yes, I do have an ankle bracelet on now, but honestly, totally worth it. Anyway, 2007, Collier County, Florida. The Sheriff's Department's own Corporal DeSaro finally takes a break after a long day of smoking confiscated drugs, assaulting black people, and ignoring the face-eating potential of bath salts, and plops down in front of his work computer to do who knows what. What Corporal DeSaro saw on his screen was an email from the principal of nearby Palmetto Ridge High School, who was forwarding the concerns of a parent of a student who went to that school, who reported that his child had just told him that everyone and their mother was hopping this fancy new designer poop drug made by Satan called Jankum. Or at least that's what DeSaro must have taken from the email, because he immediately sent out an advisory warning to the public, warning them that all of their children are now huffing shit gas. The report read as follows. On 9/19/07, Corporal DeSaro received an email from a concerned parent regarding a new drug called Jankum. The parent advised that their child had learned about this drug through various conversations with several students at Palmetto Ridge High. Jankum originated in Africa and other third world countries by fermenting raw sewage to create a gas which is inhaled to achieve a high. Jankum is now a popular drug in American schools. Jankum is a homemade substance which consists of fecal matter and urine. The fecal matter and urine are placed in a bottle or jar and covered most commonly with a balloon. The container is then placed in a sunny area for several hours or days until fermented. The contents of the container will separate and release a gas, which is captured in the balloon. Inhaling the gas is said to have a euphoric high, similar to ingesting cocaine, but with strong hallucinations of times past. I love the phrasing of that line. It sounds like they're describing medieval crackheads. Once ingested, the onset of the high takes approximately 10 seconds, with the most severe hallucinations happening in approximately 20 minutes. Several articles indicate that the subject immediately passes out after ingesting the gas, then regains a magical/hallucinogenic state within seconds of regaining consciousness. The high has been described by subjects as a feeling of being out of it and talking to dead people. The feeling of being out of it may last for several hours or days. All subjects who used the jankum disliked the taste of sewage in their mouth and the fact that the taste continued for several days. Slang terms: Winnie, shit, runners, fruit from the crack pipe, Leroy Jenkums, what the fuck, dude? Mite, butt hash, and waste. A couple of things to take away from there. One, I love that they threw some slang terms in at the end, so that when the parents of little Timmy hear him asking little Jimmy if he wants to go get some fruit from the crack pipe, they know to be concerned. Also, how did they get a hold of these slang terms? Didn't they just find out about this stuff, like, the day before? Did they just go find a guy on the street that smells like he huffs shit gas and offer him a fresh turd if he gives him the lowdown on the lingo? And two, you may have put together that this official police bulletin is making the somewhat extreme claim that jankum is, quote, now a popular drug in American schools, based off of one email about a father basically saying that his kid heard about jankum on the playground. Because we all know if there's any place to get reliable information solid enough to immediately release in an official police capacity to the public, it's a fourth-hand account on the rumors of children. I mean, seriously, the guy was just like, yeah, I heard from this principal who heard from this dad that he heard from his kid who heard from some other kids that people sniff dookie. And the police were just like... But I guess DeSaro must have been in a rush to get back to... whatever he was doing, so we can't blame him too much. And now is where that post from the ancient version of 4chan comes into play. So long ago, in the evil internet dark ages, there used to be this site called Totsi, or something, I don't know. Originally called And the Temple of the Screaming Electron, literally, with an ampersand in front of it, that was part of the name. Totsi was a part of a system of Nirvana Net BBS nodes. And please don't ask me what any of that means. I don't know either. That is some nerd shit. That is some video game guy from The Simpsons level shit. Okay? That is above me. And if any of you do know what that means, please explain it for everybody down in the comments. I'm sorry for calling it nerd shit also. I respect you very much. And thank you for subscribing, everyone. You did subscribe, right? Right. All you need to know is Totsi was a place similar to modern-day 4chan where you could go if you wanted to learn how to make a pipe bomb or spew hate toward the Polish. And after the initial bulletin went viral on the internet, a few keen-eyed viewers noticed that the images used in the bulletin were originally posted to Totsi by a user named Pickwick. And I don't know how they could have ever figured that out. I have no idea what could have ever given that away. Pickwick's post on Totsi was basically a trip report describing his experience huffing some homemade jankum. And I really wanted to show you guys that trip report, I really did. But the thing is, Totsi was taken down in 2009, and the trip report was on there, so it's kind of pretty goddamn hard to find it on the internet now. But, you know, I fucking did it anyway, so let's go. Let's take that Wayback Machine way back to July 12th, 2007. A simpler time. Pimpler time if you were a teenager, hi grandpa. Gimbaler time if you were a skate photographer for the Very Real Jankum magazine. Yeah, that's the real name of a skate mag. Granted, it wouldn't come out for another 4 years, but we don't talk about that, tubby. You're tubby. So the trip report starts like this. It starts thusly. Tomorrow, I think I am going to become the first Totsi member, maybe first person above the poverty line, to try jankum. I am excited and anxious at the same time. It sounds, kind of gross. I will be using my own shit. If anyone has tried it before or knows any tips to do it, that would be appreciated. Stay tuned tomorrow for my update of my Jankum experience. For context, here's a picture of the kid that's writing this on a presumably fan-made Jankum-based Pokemon card. For those of you not looking at the screen who are just listening to me while you're doing the dishes, Derek, I see you not seeing me, Derek. For Derek, this kid is like maybe 4, if he's lucky. This is a child, okay? He has no balls. They haven't even not dropped yet. They're just not there. He's like the pit bull that bit your niece, but you just couldn't bring yourself to put down. He has no balls, okay? Not one. This man has never even heard of a pube. But he sure has heard of Jankum. So let's let Pooh Puff McNonuts continue his story here. Okay, today I set it up and put the bottle in the hot sun. My friend took pictures of all of the steps. I'm reading it how it's written, okay? First, I shit in the bottle, then pissed in it. I took a balloon and stretched it over the top to catch all of the gases. Now I will wait a few days and hope the balloon fills up. Oh, your friend took pictures of all the steps, huh? All of them. Must be a pretty good friend. Must be pretty hard to piss, too, with no balls, huh? Where's the pee even stored if it's not in the balls? He comes back the next day. Hey everybody, time for an update. The bottle is on my porch at the moment. All day, I let it sit in the hot sun, and surprisingly, the balloon has actually inflated a little bit. It is kind of standing up, and it has some gas in it. The shit on the bottom has bubbles floating on it. No pictures, though. My mom took the camera to my brother's prom. Thanks for your support, everyone. Tomorrow, if the balloon is big enough, then I'm gonna do some Jankum. My mom took the camera to my brother's prom. Was that the same camera your friend just used to snap you shitting and pissing with no balls, you crazy son of a bitch? What are you doing? What? When she opens that thing up, that's gonna be no Xbox for a week at least, bro. How are you gonna play the Simpsons game when it comes out in 3 months, you absolute buffoon? Foolish. He comes back the next day. I took some pictures of the progress. The shit on the bottom has seemingly turned to sludge and mixed with some piss to make a layer on the bottom. The layer is softer than just shit. I swished the bottle around and it moved. Above that one, there is a layer of dark piss that has some shit in it. There is a steady stream of tiny bubbles moving up from the shit sludge layer through this layer. The balloon on top has inflated more since last night. I put a new label on the bottle because the last one got rained on. The glass inside the bottle has a coating of water from evaporation inside the bottle. Okay, that one reads like the poo that took a pee, and why am I kind of here for it?
Douglas squatted down over the fat sunbathing lady and went poop.
Alright, so the stage is set here. The vibe is right, the candles are lit. Lie down in that bubble bath and make yourself comfortable, Derek, because after leaving his adoring crowds of cheering fans in the dark for 4 whole days, Pickwick comes back with a full breakdown of the effects. Well, today I finally did it. I became probably the first person in America to huff his own shit gas. No video though, sorry, no camera. I hope you are not too disappointed. I could get pictures though, and I wrote a trip report. Today, the bubbles had mostly stopped. The balloon had possibly grown a little bit since last time, but it was oblong from days in the sun or maybe from the gases inside, so it was hard to tell. The shit in the bottle was very settled and did not look like shit anymore, even. I first lightly shook the bottle to make sure all of the bubbles had popped. I then pinched off the balloon and took it off the top. I held that while I huffed from the bottle. After exhaling all air from my lungs, I took my straw and inhaled from the inside of the bottle. The flavor of the shit struck me. It stuck to my tongue like the flavor after smoking a cigar. My body wanted me to stop breathing it, but I kept going by putting the end of the straw further back in my mouth behind my tongue. I took some more breaths of that, and I waited a few seconds, then inhaled the balloon. The balloon was less harsh. I could barely taste any of it, and it felt like breathing oxygen. After breathing it in, I immediately felt that I was passing out. I did not even have time to spit before I became unconscious. When I woke up, my spittle had oozed out of my mouth and down my chin. I asked my friend how long I was out for. He said for about a minute, and that he had repeatedly tried to wake me, but I would not wake up. During this short conversation, I began to feel light dissociative effects come over me, accompanied by buzzing in my ears. The feeling got stronger and stronger until I felt like I was in a dream. This was somewhat enjoyable. It made me feel like nothing really mattered. The apathy actually made the rest of the trip more enjoyable. After I was fully into the dreamlike state, visual hallucinations began to start. I had fleeting visions of people who seemed completely random, like my second grade teacher. I would say something to the person, and then he or she would disappear. Normally I would be fearful of trips like this, but the dream feeling made it almost fun. Hearing was dulled during the trip. I could only hear what I was saying and some random noises like screeching and car noises. After the effects wore off, my friend told me that I was mostly talking in gibberish, so I guess I couldn't hear my own voice or anything in the outside world throughout the trip. At the peak of the trip, I saw things like pillars in my lawn that disappeared and shapes in the sky. My sense of time was slowed, so the whole trip felt like it was shorter than it was. The come down was mostly auditory hallucinations, like voices and loud cracks. The dreamlike feeling lessened, and I drifted back into reality. In the last parts of the trip, I became paranoid from the noises because it felt real instead of like a dream. I asked my friend how long it had been. He said about 40 minutes. He also told me that I spent long periods of time staring at different spots. I also, according to him, spoke slurred words to trees and rocks. I was very surprised by how messed up the Jankum got me. That was higher than I have ever been. Other drugs distort reality, but Jankum really distorts reality. I was almost completely unaware of my surroundings. My friend said that seeing me was scary and he was thinking of getting an adult. Thank God he didn't do that. In conclusion, was it enjoyable? No, not really. Would I do it again? Definitely not. Would I recommend another person to try it? I wouldn't to anyone who I am close to. If you are very adventurous and would try anything, then I guess you should try Jankum. But know that the preparation is not made worthwhile by the trip. I am so glad that we have brave young pioneers out there like this testicleless toddler to really push the boundaries and truly answer the question, what would you do for Klondike Bowl?
Yellow man?
One commenter does have one pretty valid critique of Pickwick though, which I will now read. User 36fucking5 says, "You didn't read up on Jankum, did you?" Which is then followed up by something very racist, which I will not be repeating here, thank you very much. After which he says, "It only has about a 10% bioavailability when huffed. Orally, it skyrockets to around 87%. And he has a good point, Pickwick. I mean, you didn't even try to snort this stuff. What kind of a psychonaut are you? This silly little shit trip report by a nutless 4-year-old on an ancient underground website quickly snowballed into something no one was expecting. As previously mentioned, the report and photos were used on that initial police bulletin on Jankum in Florida, which soon led to it being picked up by local news in Florida and Iowa, which then led to the story getting into a national newspaper, the Washington Post, which then led to the story making it to the major national news networks and even being reported on by ABC and Fox News.
Cops are calling it Jankum or the human waste drug, but parents need to be aware that kids are calling it by the more popular slang term, butt hash.
Sounds pretty sick to me.
The story even made it all the way to a couple of news networks in Australia. The Brown Thunder went down under. And then the Drug Enforcement Administration got involved.
Well, I don't know, man. Been seeming sus lately. It's almost like we have an imposter. Sussy bot.
The Washington Post reported that a DEA spokesperson put out a release that said, there are people in America trying Jankum, which our agents categorize as dangerous, bad, and stupid. Which, yeah, correct. Fair enough. But more importantly than catching the attention of the DEA and making it into national news, Pickwick got his own thread on Reddit. He was really in the big leagues now. As soon as the story started blowing up, Pickwick started to get a little nervous. He was kind of shitting in his britches a little bit. And we already know that when this guy starts shitting, things get out of hand fast. He immediately put out a retraction on his initial trip report saying, the whole thing was faked using flour, water, beer, and Nutella. I never inhaled any poop gas and got high off it. I have deleted the pictures. Hopefully no weirdo saved them to his computer. I just don't want people to ever recognize me as the kid who huffed poop gas. The weirdo he mentions there, saving pictures of him huffing poop? Yeah, that's me. And sure, he says he faked the whole thing. But nah. He's definitely the kid who huffed poop gas. I don't buy it. No way, not for a second. He huffed that poop. He huffed it real hard. But what do you think? Was it all fake? Is Jacob even real? Am I even real? Is the McRib really back at select McDonald's locations for a limited time only? Should you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and support me on Patreon, link in the description? Yes. Yes, you should. Especially subscribe. Please, for the love of God. Subscribe right after you watch this next video. Can I get to the yeah? Sweet, sweet yeah. Show me the way. Cause Chris Hansen's got bills to pay. Seriously, I got bills. Chrissy's got bills. Please support me on Patreon, for the love of God. Please. God. Thank you.
Bruh.
Alright, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another video here on the channel, and today we're going to be taking a look at a clip that has been going viral on social media that happened just in the last few days between former Vice President and now 2024 Republican presidential candidate Mike Pence and Tucker Carlson on stage. Basically, like, Tucker Carlson was interviewing, like, Republican presidential candidates, I believe, because I saw clips of him talking to a few other people like Vivek and whatnot, but Mike Pence has been getting slammed online for a clip that just got taken from this entire conversation, right, between him and Tucker Carlson, in which he quite literally says that the issues that, well, Tucker Carlson's going to state in America are quote-unquote not his concern. So keep in mind, this man was the Vice President of the United States during the Donald Trump administration. He is now running for president next year as a Republican. Like, he's trying to actually step up into that spot, right? And obviously saying that Americans are, quote, not your concern, that's a pretty big oopsie daisy on the campaign trail, right? So people have been just tearing him apart, and he's tried to respond to it. He put up a little tweet, and out of sake of fairness, I guess, right, I decided that I would use the clip that Mike Pence tweeted out, because he claims that this clip holds such important context that explains what he said. Now, I think it's just important that people know what the presidential candidates in this country actually believe in what they say, because in my opinion, I feel like people vote at like a popularity contest, right? Like, whichever presidential candidate says the funniest or coolest things, whoever has the nastiest one-liners, whoever makes the biggest promises, that's the one that everyone wants to vote for, right? That's the only thing that American voters ever really look towards. Like, what are they promising that they can't fulfill, and how are they trying to appeal to me as a person with no regard for my life or safety or prosperity, right? So I'm going to go ahead and play the clip, and we're going to talk about this. It's about a minute 45-second long clip, so please bear with me here, though. I do want to say before we get into the clip, it's very rare that I find myself agreeing with Tucker Carlson. I know a lot of people like him, and a lot of people watch him. I'm not the biggest fan of Tucker Carlson. I don't really watch very many, if any, political commentators. Doesn't really matter who they are or what they say. So I'm not like this big Tucker Carlson fan, but I found myself somewhat agreeing with what he said here. And like I said, that's kind of rare for me, because usually when I hear Tucker Carlson, I'm not really on board with a lot of what he says, but this definitely makes some sense. So go ahead and take a look at the clip.
I know you're running for president. You are distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet, your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, like, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern. Tucker, I've heard that routine from you before, but that's not my concern. I'm running for president of the United States because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. I think Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. And as President of the United States, we're going to restore law and order in our cities. We're going to secure our border. We're going to get this economy moving again. And we're going to make sure that we have men and women on our courts at every level that will stand for the right to life and defend all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution. Anybody that says that we can't be the leader of the free world, and solve our problems at home has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth. We can do both. And as President of the United States, we will secure our border, we will support our military, we will revive our economy and stand by our values, and we will also lead the world for freedom under my administration. I promise you.
Amen. Vice President Mike Pence, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tucker.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so there's a decent amount to break down here. So before we even get any further into it, right, Tucker Carlson is quite critical of the funding and military support for Ukraine and their ongoing war against Russia. A lot of Americans, primarily people that, you know, identify as on the right or as Republican, they really don't support military funding going to Ukraine. They don't support us, you know, putting our equipment there and whatnot, right? Because the way they see it, we could be using that money and we could be using all of that stuff here at home to fix the problems that we have here. That's basically what Tucker is saying, right? We're sending all these billions of dollars to Ukraine and giving them all of this military equipment, but there's millions of Americans starving, right? There's millions of homeless Americans. Crime and poverty has been increasing. Inflation's been increasing. The average American is doing worse over the last few years, right? And instead of dealing with these issues at home that people are dealing with, you know, his point is we're sending all this money to Ukraine. Now, I feel like there is some important context to add here. First and foremost, a good portion of the military equipment that's being sent to Ukraine is actually outdated U.S. military equipment that we've already replaced with better equipment. Now, this isn't all of it. There is some pretty high-tech, pretty new, relatively newer and more expensive equipment being sent to the front lines as well. We've been sending Bradleys and whatnot, high-tech tanks, everything like that, HIMARS, whatnot. But a good portion of what we're sending is old stuff that we've already been replacing, and it's basically just us making room for new shit. And on top of that, it's basically a revival of the Lend-Lease Act, meaning at the end of all of this, right, Ukraine and Europe in general are going to have to eventually pay all this shit back to us plus interest. At least that's the idea. You know how that usually ends up working in principle, right? Me personally, I do support the U.S. sending military funding and equipment to Ukraine simply because our military budget is already stupidly overinflated, and that's something that you never really see people call out in and of itself, right? You never see people say anything about the military budget, right? You hear people bring up all these issues happening in America, but then when there's actual solutions on the table, we just increase the military budget regardless, right? So I both agree and disagree with Tucker on that. I mean, life for the average American is not better than it was 5 years ago by a long shot. All the people I know in real life, all the people I know who are trying to, you know, make ends meet, trying to raise their families and whatnot, they're getting completely smacked, you know, financially by the higher inflation over the last few years, rising cost of goods, rising cost of living. Americans are not getting what we deserve out of our tax dollars in general. Our roads are full of potholes. Our infrastructure is collapsing. Our society is rapidly developing this two-party system that basically identifies which side you're on and creates division and sows division between everybody to the point where neighbors fucking hate each other over political differences. Trust in the government is at all-time lows. Trust in the mainstream media is at all-time lows. Trust in, you know, the fucking food supplies and the water supplies are at all-time lows. And what are any of these political candidates doing to fix that? What are any of them doing to try and address any of these issues? Well, Mike Pence, he gives a lot of non-answers, right? And he ends up saying twice directly that, oh, that's not my concern. Americans are not my concern. So he tried to, you know, go on Twitter and say, oh, this is fake news, all this shit. Here's my full clip of my remarks. The full context doesn't make what he said any better. The idea that Tucker Carlson would say to his face, right, there's no room for misinterpretation. Well, you know, Americans are dealing with all of these issues at home, and you're worried about this. And for his response to be, that is not my concern, is extremely telling. And this isn't just a Mike Pence issue. I just want to point that out, too. This is an overall government issue in the United States. All of these politicians who make millions of dollars a year, who have spent decades in office in different areas, whether it be state Congress or governor or, you know, in the representatives, whatever it may be, right? These people live a completely different life than you. And so, yeah, for Mike Pence, it isn't really any of his concern if your family is struggling struggling to make ends meet. You know, if you're struggling to feed your children, it doesn't matter to him if you're struggling to get back and forward to work. Those things don't matter to these politicians. And let's just be honest, Mike Pence is just the first one so far out of the presidential candidates to slip up and say what he really meant. Yeah, it is none of his concern. He doesn't give a fuck, because guess what? He lives in a privileged class of people, okay? These are people who the rules do not apply to. These people commit insider trading on the daily. They reap millions of dollars from lobbyists, from cheating the system, and nothing is ever done about it. They live in a completely different world than you, Mike Pence included. They can sit here and try and level with you and make it out like, oh, you know, I'm a family man, bro. I'm a Christian. I believe in God like you. You know, like, they can do all that to try and make it out as if, like, they're just like you and me, but they're not. They're not. And Mike Pence is just, once again, the first one to accidentally slip up and say it. And he can try and walk this back, you know, that's not what I really meant, but that's exactly what you said. And it wasn't like you were duped into saying that. It wasn't like the question or what was said to you baited you into saying that. It was a, in my opinion, very valid concern, right? I think it's one that a lot of Americans, regardless of their political ideologies, would probably agree with. And to hear a presidential candidate, someone who wants to become the leader of the free world, say, that is not my concern, referring to the American people, I will never vote for somebody like that. So he's basically trying to say at the end of the clip, where he goes on the same generic spiel that every politician does, that was the context you needed to hear, right? That really explained his little slip up there. It does nothing really to actually address that. It does nothing to even really fix that. All he does is basically say, oh yeah, that's not my concern. We can do two things at once. America could be great. We're going to make America safer. We're going to secure the border. We're going to allow you to believe what you want to believe. Like, yeah, every politician says this shit, dude. Every Republican has been saying this shit for decades. It's been almost 10 years now since Trump first came on the scene talking about, we need to build a wall. We need to secure the southern border. That's been one of the top, you know, points, I guess, for the Republican Party over the last couple of elections now. And, well, where's the progress been? You know, where's it happened at? Where's the securing been happening? You know, where's the big wall that stops all the illegal immigrants? Oh, wait, it's not there. We're going to make these streets safer again. Really? You're going to make them safer again? Because violent crime has been on the rise again since 2020. The average American life has been getting worse off for so many people. And this isn't just a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. This is all politicians. They all say the same fucking thing. And people don't seem to realize this. They all say the same exact, like, 6 things. None of these politicians are prepared to give a legitimate answer. And that's my problem, like, even right here with Pence, right? He says, oh, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. Okay, well, what's the plan? What plan do you have in store to actually address any of these issues, you know? Oh, we're going to help fight this war in Ukraine at the same time as getting the homeless off the streets and allowing people to believe in God again and upholding the Constitution. Let's just call it for what it is, man. Republicans don't give a fuck about the Constitution. Just as much as Democrats don't care about the Constitution, none of these Republican candidates care about the Constitution. They're all part of the same exact political hierarchy that over the last few decades has been specifically designated to strip more of your constitutional rights year by year. Neither of these political parties or any of their candidates are going to do anything to protect your digital rights and your digital data and safety rights. They're not going to make any sort of new legislation to prevent monitoring and surveillance of the average American. Anything, right? These people don't give a fuck about your constitutional rights. These people don't care about what, once again, you do not matter. And Mike Pence is just the one who said it out of all of them. You do not matter to any of these motherfuckers. Because whether or not you wake up in a cardboard box in a fucking alley somewhere tomorrow and have to stab another homeless man to death for a sandwich to survive, that doesn't matter to them, because guess what? He's going to be eating a fucking Wagyu steak with fresh veggies and potatoes and shit, right? He doesn't care, and he can sit here and project as much as he wants and try to say, oh, it was just an accident what I said. Nah, the real words just finally came out. Anyway, I just wanted to make this video because, you know, you see shit like this, and you see people from both sides of the political spectrum fight about it. What did he really say? What did he mean to say? What was he gonna say? It doesn't matter. He said what he said, and he meant it. And I get it, you know, he's got to backtrack now that all the flack has come his way. This is really what these politicians think of you. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're brand new around here on the channel, follow me over on Twitter and Twitch at @SubToOptimus. Once again, that's just muscle memory. I forgot about that. My fault, guys. Make sure to check out Watch Optimus down below as well. Thank you to my Watch Optimus subscribers. Your support helps the channel tremendously. And until my next video, guys, this is Optimus, not concerned about Americans, and signing out.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck. Well, at least I know I can do that now.
1492. Columbus arrives on an island that he believes is just off the coast of Asia. He and his men disembark and arrive onto the shore, where they're greeted by, well, nobody. Alright, Columbus thinks. That makes sense, considering just how far away from the continent they are. He figures that nobody possibly could have sailed this far east. And so the ship continues on. They arrive on another island. Still nobody. Island after island. Trip after trip. Nobody. Nothing. Upon arriving back to Europe, Columbus tells the Spanish crown that as far as he knows, they have just found a land entirely untouched by man. A series of uninhabited
Shit, I need to
right off
get
the
going, my dude.
where the Spanish could set up a fort
But it's so good. It's such a
further
good
to
one.
finally reach
So hard
East
to
Asia. So further expeditions are funded. More ships set sail for the Indies. But with each venture, the Spanish aren't met with Indios who might sell them spices and gold, nor Chinese with bountiful silk or porcelain. All they find is jungle and forest. As they would come to discover, this new world was empty. Humans never crossed into the Americas thousands of years ago. These two land masses are entirely uninhabited. Hi. So this idea is really strange. In fact, one could say that this is kind of offensive and odd to imagine a world where Native Americans just never existed. And I agree, it is strange. So what spurred this idea? What am I doing? This isn't some colonizing fantasy. Calm down, Twitter. What sparked this idea was this map. Or at least maps just like it. In my opinion, the migration into the Americas is probably one of the most fascinating parts of human history.
Look at that.
It's something that's just so mind-boggling that
Black
scientists and anthropologists,
Holy
even
shit.
today, still don't really agree on how people really crossed into these continents, either by glacial passes or by boat. The time frame is fuzzy. All we know is that it happened, and in a relatively short amount of time,
Damn.
humans made these two land masses their new home, passing through vastly different biomes until eventually reaching the bottom of the world and even islands off of the coast. And it was all in part because Alaska and Siberia just happened to connect during the last ice age. I don't know if you would call that coincidental, but it's certainly interesting because these two continents just happened to be close enough. It allowed for ancient people to somehow cross into it, leading to all these various civilizations and cultures that would come to populate the Americas. What if that wasn't the case? Like, how vastly different would human history be as a whole if those ancient descendants of modern-day Native Americans never crossed into the New World? What if these continents were left untouched until somebody else came across them in a boat? Yeah, this is a strange idea, I know. One thing that I find so fascinating about the Americas is up until 20,000 years ago, they didn't have an ape of any kind. Primates had come from Africa, so even to this day, it's a mystery how the New World monkeys came to be. In the Old World, hominids had spread out for the last 2 million years or so, and by the last 50,000 years, Homo sapiens were across all of Europe, Asia, and even Australia for tens of thousands of years before anybody had set foot in the Americas. My point here is that compared to these continents, the Americas were kind of the new world even for the descendants of Native Americans. And there's a few theories for when and how humans crossed into this land. The original idea was that during the last ice age, sea levels were so low that humans used the ancient land bridge of Beringia to cross into the Americas once the glaciers finally melted. See, there's this little corridor that they crossed into and then populated the rest of the continent. Pretty simple. If we're imagining some alternate scenario, let's just imagine that this ancient land bridge didn't exist, and now nobody walks into North America. Pretty easy, right? Wrong. Recent studies have found sites that actually predate the melting of the ice. Somehow humans might have crossed into the Americas before the glaciers actually melted. But how? Well, boats. It was boats. It's perfectly reasonable to assume that Ice Age people just hugged the shores of the West Coast, bypassing the glaciers altogether. What I'm getting at here is that in this alternate timeline, there can't be a possible way for people to cross by either land or sea. The only way these hunter-gatherers were not crossing into the Americas is if they didn't think it existed. They never saw them in the first place. Is there a scientific way that this can happen? Some glacial reason or climate change that might have slightly altered things? What's going to be the point of divergence that causes this whole scenario to happen? Yep. There we go. There really isn't a reasonable scientific way of approaching this. Thuringia wasn't some small land bridge that happened to exist for a brief amount of time. North America and Asia were just fused off and on for millions of years. Humans are innovative, and whether it was by land or sea, they were going to make it to the Americas whether this glacier melted or if this land bridge was here or not. So the only real solution is to remove Alaska. I'm removing Alaska. This creates a distance that is too great for hunter-gatherer peoples to sail across. It's too far. Maybe anybody that crosses in a canoe just gets killed by a whale. By either way, this butterflies the timeline in a way that there is just no Native Americans. This isn't really the most realistic scenario, if you couldn't tell already. If this was our reality, somehow, it would butterfly the timeline in more ways than just no people here. For one, horses and camelids both evolved in the Americas. They used that natural land bridge to populate the rest of the old world. This video isn't really about being 100% realistic, because if that was the case, then the history of the Eurasian civilizations would just be so dramatically different they'd be unrecognizable. No horse lords of Central Asia, no chariots, you get the point. I want to focus purely on the human element of this. Two land masses completely void of people. What exactly could that be like? So let's imagine that the Spanish arrived into the Americas and they found absolutely nobody. Circling back to that Columbus idea, say he did find a series of uninhabited islands. Well, for one, this fundamentally changes the way the Spanish approached colonization in general, mainly because of the lack of the Taino people. The Taino were the native people of the Caribbean. Now, the Spanish saw that the Taino had one thing they really wanted: gold, or at least their gold earrings were evidence enough that there was gold on the island, which meant that these people not only had to lead the Spanish to where the gold was, but everyone now had to mine it forever. This is a messed up chicken or the egg situation if you think about it. If these islands didn't already have a population that could be enslaved, would the Spanish have set up shop in the first place and colonized this land like they did? If they didn't see the Taino earrings, would they have gone and searched for gold at all? For now at least, I could still see them creating an initial colony on the island. One that is at least a home base to venture toward whatever was west. That initial enslavement of the Taino was the fire that fueled the rapidly early investment into the Spanish colonies. Without the Taino to kind of grind into dust, the initial operation is a lot slower than in our own timeline. Like, it would take a little bit for the initial slaves from Africa to eventually arrive and work the land, farming the very first cash crops. Sugar isn't native to the Americas. Tobacco, on the other hand, is native to America, along with a bunch of other crops, but I'll get to that in a bit. Eventually, further expeditions would go down the Mexican coast and explore much of the Gulf. In our timeline, it was here that the conquistadors heard from the natives that there was a grand empire further inland. So they went to go see what it was, and you know the rest of the story. How exactly would the conquest of Mexico happen if there was no Mexico, no Aztec Empire, to begin with? And the answer is, there wouldn't be. at least in the way that we know it. In our history, the Spanish didn't conquer Mexico by wiping out the Aztecs and taking their land. Instead, they simply overthrew the leading authority while absorbing the people into their greater empire. So Spain became the new lords of a massive native population that, while severely diminished due to disease, still bounced back to become the foundational labor force of New Spain. When imagining this scenario, you might think that two continents without any people would make colonization incredibly easy for the Spanish. But in reality, it would actually be the opposite. What made Spain into the empire it was discovering a land full of people already there and simply taking it over. Instead, Spain is left to colonize America in a far different way, because what the Spanish are met with is jungle. Untamed jungle, a far cry from a well-populated network of towns, villages, and cities. The Caribbean may be relatively easy to conquer for the Spanish, considering these are a series of islands that can be accessed by a ship. But when it comes to the mainland, that's going to be more difficult. Not impossible, just more difficult, and fundamentally different. The Spanish wouldn't conquer Mexico, but instead they would settle the region like the Portuguese settled Brazil. For Portugal, settlement was much slower considering the Portuguese would need to do all the manual labor themselves, or at least wait to import a population to do the manual labor. This is in part why Brazil was so ignored until the rapid importation of slaves. People like immediate returns on their investments, and unexplored land with no development is a lot less exciting than land with somebody to trade with or to conquer. But even Portugal isn't the best example to use for this alternate scenario. But the Portuguese still interacted and traded with the natives to cut down the Brazil wood for which the region is named. Without that initial native labor, who's to say how quickly this colony would have built up? The reality here is that native labor, in some way or another, helped kickstart these colonies either through trade, conquest, or plain manual labor. Colonization in this alternate timeline would be much more like landing on a foreign planet. There would be nobody to trade with, which means that initially, people would be more tied to the sea. In this alternate timeline, the first major colonies on the mainland would be on the Gulf Coast, not in the center of Mexico. What guided Spanish policy in the Americas was overseeing and converting the people who already lived there. This meant that their center of interest was always going to be in central Mexico and Peru. Without any people, though, does New Spain expand in the same way that it did? I kind of doubt it. Spain's main focus in this alternate timeline, for a long time, would really just be the Caribbean. And then when they did eventually expand, it would be around the Gulf Coast, including what we would call the southern United States. Why did the Spanish never colonize the South? They were right there. In our timeline, they never colonized the South because they already had a bunch of other priorities. That doesn't mean they didn't explore it. They did, and then they got killed by the natives. In a scenario where population is not a factor, Spain could play it safe with coastal colonies all across the Gulf. In our timeline, North America wasn't focused on by Spain as much because they controlled the metropolitan and richest areas of the continent. To them, the North was seen as unpopulated and rural. Yet if there were no Aztecs, then the only difference here is geography, and also the location of gold. Let's say that these alternate Spanish conquistadors somehow do find gold reserves without prior knowledge of this land. No knowledge of Aztec gold or where gold might even be. It's not insane to imagine they might find deposits, but it'd be much more difficult, especially compared to just forcing the Aztec or Inca to tell them where they found it. As much as I've talked about Mexico, the conquest of the Inca was the main jumpstart to the Spanish economy, purely because Spain was able to take over the silver mines. Spain's silver mines made it into the superpower of its day. Silver paid for its slaves, and it paid for its wars. And those mines were worked by native Incas, by the thousands. And it was deadly work. A lot just didn't survive the conditions. In such a scenario, how long would it be for Spain to explore this region? And if silver is discovered, how long until they bring in a workforce to mine it? because I doubt your average Spanish peasant would want to go halfway across the world to work in the Potosi mines. This would be the best case scenario for their empire, assuming they can still find the mines. From the Spanish or Castilian perspective, they may even imagine that they've been kind of screwed over by the Pope, considering the Portuguese received the rich and populated lands of Asia. Meanwhile, Spain would need to invest so much time and money into building up these colonies to even get back their investment. If gold or silver was just never discovered, then the endeavor could be viewed as a folly. But that wouldn't stop others from wanting to try their own hand at it. Compared to the Spanish, the English and French had no great cities to conquer in North America. They both interacted with hunter-gatherer tribes, and they each treated them far differently. The French had a beaver pelt trading empire, tapping into a long-existing network across the Great Lakes. There were never really many French colonists in New France, at least compared to the English. Just like the Spanish, they remained in urban areas or forts while the natives did a lot of the work. Work in this sense wasn't tilling the land, it was hunting for beavers. Without their native allies, the French would have to hunt beaver pelts themselves. Still a lucrative business, but it'd be a far smaller endeavor. And it's not like the French would be able to make up for this with an influx of immigrants, since, unlike the English, the French didn't really like to leave France. So the beaver trade wouldn't really be this massive industry, but instead more of a niche luxury. And then we have England. If you ask the English in colonial times, they probably would have loved if the natives just didn't exist. Spanish Catholics at least saw them as subjects to convert. Colonial England converted some natives, sure, but there was a clear, distinct barrier between the two. Natives, even England's colonial allies, were viewed as kind of a part of the wilderness. They would think this is the best case scenario. But would it really be for them? Starting off with an easy example, the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims were in rough shape that first winter, and without the help from their neighbors, they probably would have starved. This is like first grade stuff, everybody knows this. Plymouth Colony dying wouldn't be that big of a setback. One, because they were just pilgrims, and two, the English were always going to just send more colonists to claim this land. The thing that changes in this timeline is the reason they set up those colonies. For this whole scenario, I've only really been saying half of the truth. While the Americas didn't have a lot of animals, they more than made up for it with crops. Domesticated crops that just so happened to be so important, they allowed the modern world as we know it to exist. Corn, tomatoes, potatoes, staples of any diet today, crops that didn't simply originate in America, but were domesticated there. These crops do not look like this in their natural form. Ever see undomesticated corn? These are plants that would not have been domesticated without these people being here. In the first few centuries, things might not seem that dramatically different compared to our own timeline. But as we move into the 18th and 19th centuries, that story begins to change. Before the Columbian Exchange, Europe frequently saw famines due to crop failure. Localized famines were common all the time, but that all changed with the introduction of corn and the potato. This was a reliable crop that was dense with calories, but it took a little bit to be adopted throughout Europe. But when it was, it changed everything. Europeans simply stopped starving. The average peasant, for the first time ever, could actually feed themselves reliably. The standard of living rapidly improved, causing a population boom the region had never seen before. These new crops with higher calories meant that fewer people needed to be farmers. We can imagine any different map or scenario that we want to, but the reality is that without these crops, Europe never escapes the cycle of famine that constantly plagued it. It never has a population explosion. Probably doesn't have an industrial revolution. Frankly, the 19th century world dominated by European empires that we came to see just doesn't exist. And I would not be shocked if our standard of living was closer to colonial times than today. Even colonization itself would be fundamentally changed. Imagine if the English did eventually go into the Midwest. This land would be planted with primarily wheat, not corn. If you aren't from the Midwest, that probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but trust me, it changes everything. So that's certainly a video. Why imagine this? Why look at two continents of people and then think, ah yes, what if they were never there? Why waste all this time? Well, really, it's because if they were never there, then the colonization of this land in the first place would have been far more difficult. The Spanish really just took over institutions that already existed. Really, the point here, the whole reason I want to make this video, is to just show there's kind of an irony to it all. Simply conquering this land didn't make Spain the superpower that everyone wanted to emulate. Conquering its people did. I don't know, I thought it was a neat idea. Bye.
I shouldn't have jumped down there. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Compound's coming along nicely. Alright. Time to go. Get on next time. We'll update the base. I think we only have just one more day till the Horde. Yeah, we could work. It's 27th. Yeah, one more day till the Horde. It'll be the 5th Horde. It'll be fun. It's fair.